Okay, we are live yet again. How's it going, everyone, tonight? Sorry about the glasses. I ended up, I've been having the same issue with my contact lenses. And then I recalled, for whatever crazy reason, that I have not changed up my contact lenses, which are, by the way, 2-week disposables. I have not changed them in about 3 months. So I'm like, perhaps that's the reason my contact lenses have been driving me crazy the past month or so. Because I know you're supposed to change them out at night or take them out of your eyes and let them sit. When I do that for a couple of days, my eyes go back to normal. But when I ignore it, it doesn't work that way. It's not very good at all. But good times. We have one person in here already. We had 4 as soon as I started. As soon as I started this stream, everybody left. That's okay. We have a like. We have 1 viewer as of now. Thank you very much for being here tonight. I do have some fun things that I'm gonna talk about. Some changes, some updates, some things in general, I guess you could say. Looks like someone might be starting at the very, very beginning. But I'll wait a little bit before we get into that. But right now, I am very pleased because we now have hit 7,500 subscribers. Now, as far as subscribers go, I'm still a very small channel. I don't ever think I'm going to be... I don't honestly think I'm ever going to be one of those guys that has a silver play button or anything. This is a very niche type, specialty type YouTube channel, and it's not going to ever really have a whole lot of people that are just going to be flooding the channel with subscribers. But anyway, we are live. I'm going to change the close enough to reflect that we actually got it. So that way it is now the 7,500 subscriber stream. And awesome. You are here. I'm glad that you're here. We just started up a couple of minutes ago. And we've had 4 people in here. Awesome. Coming in slowly. We are, I've said it a couple of times. I'm going to say this. I'm going to talk about a couple of things coming up here in a little bit, but I'm going to wait until we get some more people in here first. Eyeglasses. Yes. I said why, right at the very beginning of the stream, but no one was really in here yet. The reason why is because my contacts, if you've watched other streams of mine, you've noticed that they've been driving me crazy a little bit for the past probably month or so. And I suddenly realized why. They're 2 weeks disposables, which I'm not disciplined enough to take out at night every night. I leave them in my eyes for, as I go to sleep, which they're technically the kind that you can sleep in, use 24 hours or something like that. I forgot what they're called, night and days or something. But you're supposed to be able to they're extended wear. You're supposed to be able to use them for like a month. But for whatever reason, I just don't do it at night. I don't take them out. I just leave them in my eyes. And so since I've been using these 1 month long extended wear contacts for probably about 3 months and not taking it out of my eyes, that would probably be why my eyes are driving me crazy. So they were bothering me. This eye has been driving me completely nuts the past, couple of hours. Before that, it was a little annoying. So I've changed up. And right before I started the stream, I was like, my eye's still bothering me. I'm going to take out the contacts. And then it suddenly hit me. I was like, wait a second. I remember having them in there and thinking, should I actually change up and change out my contact lenses before the 4th of July? And the 4th of July was about a month and a half ago. And I remember thinking, well, it's only been a month, a little bit over. So I'm using the eyeglasses tonight. What is my mic? I'm back on the T-Bone SC400. That is a mic that I keep coming back to, mainly because it works really well for live streaming and for just chat in general here. It's by no means the most premium microphone out there. I think it sounds good, especially with the super cardioid pattern. I think it works really well for me in this environment. I don't use it for my regular videos. That's still the Cat Equitech U100 right up there. But for live streams, I think it does quite well. And I really appreciate it. Let's see. It's a good look. Just add a SoundSpeeds branded tweeted jack with elbow patches. Add a SoundSpeeds branded tweed jacket with elbow patches. I guess you mean to the Teespring store? I guess. I don't know in particular. It's the, and to answer your question, this is the T-Bone SC400. I did a review of it. I'm about to post it in the chat here. So if you want to watch my review of the T-Bone SC400, I think it's a fantastic deal. They did make one change to it after I did the review, and the noise floor went from very low to adequate. But there you go. That's the link to the review right there, so feel free to watch it at any time. Okay, we have 8 people in here. If you have any questions, by all means, ask them. I'm going to probably wait until closer to 10:30 to talk about what I have come to talk about tonight. And I also, because we have now 7,500 subscribers, I'm going to finally break open the Blueberry Raspberry Zip Fizz, which is every time you buy one of the 20 packs of Zip Fizz, they always give you, at least they have lately, they always give you an extra flavor in there for you to try. And I think the last one I had was it was a white cherry, and that was the last 30 pack. I got the pack that we finished about a month ago, and now I have this blue raspberry Zip Fizz, and I'm sad to say that my Zip Fizz supply is starting to run low again. I'm on my last few, so it's time to get a new box. So, actually, I'm gonna wait because that's gonna be one of the things I'm gonna I'm gonna say at 10:30. It's gonna be funny. It's just gonna be something funny, and I will wait just a little bit longer. I'm actually going to make a quick note to make sure I do not forget. Where is my... I must have made the notes on my computer on my top of there. Am I going to demo the new ambient boom pole, the QP5 series? Here's the thing. I'm going to say yes, and it's going to be a slightly loaded, so to speak, question type thing. Hold on one second. I'm going to just make a quick... Okay. The reason I say that is because I've made my note now, so that way I won't forget it, which I would probably do. The reason I say that is because anybody that knows me knows I'm a big fan of ambient booms. I really love their QS series. I love their QP 4140 was the first boom I ever bought. I own 9 different ambient booms. There's a review coming up very soon of an ambient product, and I really love their products. But the big thing is, when I saw the 5 series, I'm like, that's really cool. But they started to go. It almost seems like they with the 5 series, they went a different direction than the appeal that I have towards ambient. Like, for example, I love the really thin sections. I love the fact that it is extremely stiff, and it has each of the walls of it is 1.5 millimeters in diameter versus the new model, which follows the same as the QXS 5 series, which is about a 1 millimeter wall. Now, I understand thicker segments means it's going to technically have less bend to it. They're changing up the configuration, not the configuration. They're changing up the formula is the wrong word too. The balance, I guess you could say. Carbon fiber is not carbon fiber all the way around. You can make carbon fiber different ways. When I talked to Don Wetzel from Loon, who passed away about 3 years ago, he was talking to me a lot about the ways that he makes booms. And he says that every one of the boom segments has a different strength of carbon fiber, because the stronger you want to make it, it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be potentially heavier. It's going to be there's a whole bunch of factors that go into it. And so every single one of his segments was made out of a different balance of carbon fiber tubes. Now, Ambient has never done that way. As a matter of fact, no other manufacturer has done it that way in the past. They've always said, this is the carbon fiber that we use, or the graphite as it's been, cured. It turns into carbon fiber, and then they make all the segments the same way, out of the same material. And I think Ambient, I heard a rumor. I need to verify this, so don't take this until I verified it. But I think I heard that they have changed it up a little bit so that each segment has a slightly different strength. I don't know if it's because of the thickness of it and they're just finally bringing attention to that, or if they're saying that they have started to mess around with the configuration or the, what is that word I'm looking for? The manufacturing process a little bit to make carbon fiber differently. I don't know. But the 5 Series is appealing to me to replace my longest pole. The reason I say that is my longest pole right now is a QS inside of a QP120 extension. So you have to buy the QP120 extension, then you have to add that 5th segment on the outside. Now, by that point, it fattens up to 35 millimeters. The thickness of a 5130, QP5130, is actually 34 millimeters. So if it's a thinner diameter and it's the newer design and it's potentially uncabled or cabled, I'm going to have to check it out. I did reach out to Ambient and I asked them if they had any interest or would be willing to send me one of their longest ones, the 5130, to test and share with everyone on SoundSpeeds, because they do know that I'm a big fan of Ambient, and they're seeing if they can work that out. It's not something that they do normally. They don't just give out stuff like that. They might loan something for a period of time to a vendor, but they've never just sent one out for promotional uses. But they do know that I have a lot of Ambient products. They know that I have, I think, the only QP 6200 in America, or at least one person told me it was the only one in America. Somebody else told me it's one of 2. They said, I think we've only sent 2 to the United States. So it's one of the 2. It's extremely rare. And I have this very rare 36-foot boom pole. And it's downstairs. And I actually have it in a video that's going to be coming up. You'll see it as a quick segment of a video that's going to be a lot of fun. And I think that video is going to be one that, I don't want to say it's going to get a lot of attention. It's going to have something it's going to be another one of those SoundSpeeds videos that does stuff that no one else is doing. And it's going to be kind of fun to see. So there's your question regarding that. I will be demoing the new Ambient boom pole. I do not know when. If they send me one, it will be relatively soon. If they don't send me one, it could be a while, because I'm not going to go all the way down there and try to make an appointment to test drive one over at Gotham or True, and I don't know when I would get my hands on one otherwise. So, basic question. Do you know why the president and other speakers often use the dual Shure SM57 setup? Is it for the stereo, for the water polo patterns? I don't think those are SM57s. I know what you're talking about. I've seen that before, and I don't think those are SM57s. Hold on one second. I remember. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh yeah, it is. Wow. Time-honored 2 mic rig of Shure SM57s. Huh. That's interesting. I didn't think they were SM57s. I thought they were something else. I guess it's the windscreens on it that's throwing it off. But yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. It's been something I know that presidents have done for a long time. And so I don't know why they use dual SM57s. I don't know why. If anyone else knows why, I would love to hear why. But I don't think it would have anything to do with the pattern, because they're parallel and they're close together. Maybe in case one acts up, they have another. Maybe because the president doesn't just look doesn't just look forward the whole time. They look at, if you look at it, there's always 2 panes of glass on the side, the teleprompters. So if they look this way, they're going to be facing a mic. If they look this way, they're going to be facing another mic. You can see this microphone right here, and it is right. I mean, like if I do this in front of my face, it is right there. So it's a little bit on the edge. So if I was putting myself in alignment with it, if I turn my head away from it, I sound off axis. But if I turn my head this way, I sound on axis. So maybe that's because they have the 2 teleprompters. That's a good point. I would, if I were to guess, that would be the reason why. You have one microphone right in the middle there, and it's going to be a little bit off axis if they turn their head. But you put two of them on there, then it's going to be on axis in front of their face. So that would be my guess. But that's an interesting point that you've brought to my attention and made me think it out. And if I were to guess, that's what it probably is right there. Is that they turn their head left or right, they face and favor one mic. Do you have any suggestions for budgeted, relatively short boom for small spaces? How small a space? What length boom pole are you talking about? Are you talking about one that also collapses down really, really small? Are you talking about one that can fit inside of a bag for you to travel with someplace? I need to have a little bit more detail of it than that, because relatively short boom for small spaces could mean you want something that's for an elevator. Like if you have a camera guy next to you and someone's right next to you, it could be just about anything. It could be something that's three feet long that collapses down to one and only have 3 sections. And I mean, I've even known people to even use monopods and put a lav on the end, which I cringe at. They've said, well, I had to go low profile mode, and then they laugh at the fact they put a lav on the end of it. Okay, so 10 to 16 feet is not a short boom pole for small spaces. Now, if you're talking about 10 to 16 feet that you can collapse down and put inside of a bag, let me know if that's it. I'm gonna take another question here real quick. Andreas, great to see you here. Let's see. I have a confirmation that they are. This is a Navy group tasked with that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So now I'm catching up with it. I had to look it up, but yes, Shure SM57 Shure did a webinar on a YouTube called Shure Webinar, the SM57 and the President of the United States. Maybe it's a legacy decision. May have been. Maybe a contract with Shure isn't. I mean, perhaps I'm going to have to look up one thing here. I believe I know the answer. I just want to... Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't want to say it out loud in case I was wrong. But Shure is actually an American company. So it may be because it's an American company, they wanted to show support towards it. Okay. So that may be one of the reasons why, right there. Maybe a legacy decision. Maybe it was assumption. Maybe they just like those big heavy-duty windscreens on it, and the 57 as opposed to the 58, which is the ball, and then you'd have to add something that's too much bigger on there. It may be that it's the form factor. But yeah, it's really interesting. It's the windscreens that threw me off, and I was mistaken. I can be wrong too, you know. And we were wrong here just a few minutes ago. But I am on the right path now. And that is just my assumption. All right, so not for traveling, just 10 to 16 feet is all you're interested in. Doesn't need to collapse down too much. Well, a 10 to 16 foot pole, it depends really. I mean, here's the thing. When you talk about boom poles, you're talking about what are you interested in a boom pole? Are you wanting the boom to be rigid? Are you wanting it to be more flexible? Are you wanting it to be... What would it be? Are your hands drier? Are they more oily just by nature? Do you wear gloves when you boom? Do you not wear gloves? Do you like it to be internally cabled, internally coiled or straight cabled? Do you only use external wrap? Do you like it to have modularity to it? If you do put a cable through it, do you want it to be something that you can just thread through a regular XLR? Or do you want it to be one that you don't mind using a proprietary cable, but you want to be able to remove it in general? There's a whole lot of factors to it. And so a lot of the times when someone asks what boom pole do I recommend, I usually say it depends on you, your preferences, what you like, what's important to you. Because PSE makes really great booms. If you're talking about lower, smaller booms, my favorite one that falls in that category is the 12-foot QS. It's their Quick Pole Superior model. And it is a solid boom pole as far as I'm concerned. It's about a 12-foot, it's about 11 and a half, 12 feet. And it's carbon fiber. It's extremely rigid, very strong, and very straight. It snaps exactly where you want it to. You can barely turn the knuckles and they completely, loosen or tighten instantly. and allows you to collapse and send out. Doesn't need to collapse down too much. Well, I mean, it's like 3.5 feet short. Actually, it's still up online. I'm sure it is. I'm going to find for you a wonderful reference from a guy named Matt Price, who used to have a YouTube channel that he was active on. I mean, it's still up, but sorry about that sound there. I need to... Okay, here we go. This right here is a wonderful comparison that he did, probably 5. It's not... Oh, no. No, 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 no. Okay. Apparently the site is not up right now, but I will post a link to it anyway so you can check it out. It is the Boom Pole cheat sheet. And just because it's down right now, I would say contact Matt and ask him for access to it. But if you go to soundrolling.com, that right there, he compares like 126 boom poles in this cheat sheet. He breaks it down by weight, by length, by number of segments, by price, by just all these different factors of it. And if it wasn't his work, I would show it to you right now, because it is amazing. I've shown it for display purposes in classes that I've done, but I cannot show it here because it's his work and he did great for it. I think he's offering free access to it through his website. It looks like it right there. I can log in right here and pull it, but it's on his website, and out of respect for him, I think that it's just better for you to contact him directly. But if you want a reference to a bunch of boom poles, then you should definitely check that out. It's mattpricesoundrolling.com. All right, let's see if there's any other questions in here. We're approaching 10:30, so I'll be making the fun announcements here soon. But aside from that, do y'all have any other questions? I finally have 3 questions, and I'm going to be putting together the Sound Support Podcast, Episode 2. I'll be doing that sometime. Is today Wednesday? I think today's Wednesday, isn't it? Let me check. Yes. So Wednesday it is. And I think I will wait until tomorrow to record it. I don't know. It depends on how late the stream goes. Because if y'all are pretty good on your questions and stuff, I may end the stream and who knows, record. But regardless, it's right now, Eastern Time, 10:23 p.m. And I was talking to my daughter right before we started this stream, and it was really funny. I was telling her about the days when I used to have a hard time waking up in the morning. It got really bad. I would set multiple alarms on my phone. I had multiple alarms around the room. So next to my bed, before I set the alarms on my phone, there was one alarm next to me. I would hit the snooze button on it. 9 minutes later, it would go off again. 1 minute after that, the second alarm would go off. And then 2 minutes after that, a third alarm would go off. And then after that, they were all timed to pretty much start up at all about the same time. So I had one that was not noise related. It was just it would turn on a light right in my face. There was another one, an alarm that went off across the room. There was one that was extremely loud and would wake up everybody around. So I had to get to that one real fast. Because if after 15 minutes after my alarm originally went off, if I didn't get up from all the commotion of alarms, then that alarm would go off and everybody would get woken up, and sometimes neighbors or something. So I had to be very careful about those. But I was talking to her about the ThinkGeek.com alarms that are able to go off, which are pretty awesome. Those, they make various different models, and one of them is a model that has wheels on it. And it's timed so that once the alarm goes off, if you don't shut it off within like 2 or 3 seconds and actually turn it off in a way that's going to stay off, then the thing will automatically start driving itself around the room, making the alarm, something that you have to chase around the room now, which is going to drive you completely nuts. And it's funny But they have another one that's one of those like little plastic helicopter things, and it's built into the top there. So once the alarm goes off, it will start spinning that thing up there, and after a couple of seconds or 3 or 4 seconds, whatever it is, it will shoot the thing off into the air. And in order to turn off the alarm with the little, correct buttons, you have to find this little helicopter thing, press it in there, and shut it off. Otherwise, you won't ever be able to do it. But the reason this came up is because when I got married, my wife did not let me set multiple alarms like that around the room. And by then we had cell phones that had alarms in it. And I think it was a BlackBerry I had, could be mistaken, that had this feature built into it that was supposed to help you to get, to wake up. And the way it did this is so that way you didn't hit snooze or turn off your alarm and then go back to sleep. It was designed for you to have some sort of brain function to turn off the alarm. So what I did was I tried that one night, and it had as an example what's like 3 times 5, and you have to enter that in order to turn off the alarm. And I was like, oh, that's something I can do. And the very first time I used this alarm feature, I was waking up, my eyes were like not fully awake, and I grabbed my phone and I'm like, oh, that's right, I used this feature. And my wife's like, turn off the phone. I'm like, I can't. Turn down the volume at least. Tried it. It was locked until I undid it. I'm like, I can't. And she's like, can you restart the phone? I tried pressing and holding the restart button. It wouldn't turn off. So I was like, man, I couldn't even hardly open my eyes. I was just like trying to figure out, my eyes had done its typical gel over at night, or what? How would you say it? It's not really eye. It's what they say, like the sand or the ice, whatever ice stuff that you get in your eyes. And it's like my eyes were like barely opening and stuff, and it didn't matter how I tried to wake up. I just couldn't see the screen. So I was like, what is that? Is that a 3? Hold on a second. 3. And it was like a 10-digit number it wanted me to type out. It said, type out this number. And I was like, okay. I typed it out and I got like one thing wrong. And I had to retype it. And by then my wife was about to kill me. She was literally she was like, shut that thing off. And she was furious. She's like, never again are you using that thing. I'm like, you're right. I'm not ever going to be using that thing again. Big mistake. Anyway, that was good times. Thank you so much. Congrats on the 7,500 subscribers. Oh, yeah, 7,500, not 1,000. If I was at 7.5 million, it would be the most ridiculous thing ever. No chance in the world does a little small niche market like sound is that ever going to earn me, even a silver play button. I've known that from the beginning. I've known that for a long time. That is just usually the people that are more interested in my channel and subscribe, since I don't ask for subscribers. I don't ask for likes or shares or any of that stuff. If I did, then maybe I would have a better chance. But the philosophy I've always had is that if you are interested in something I'm doing, then like, share, subscribe, donate, do whatever you want to do because you want to do it, not because I tell you to. The one thing I will ask is if I offer advice to you and you send me an email, or if you like one of my reviews and you happen to be willing to use one of the links that I have down below in order, if you are going to buy one, if you want to use that link, then that's something that it doesn't change your price at all. All it does is it gives me a small referral fee because it was my review that sent you there. So that's what I ask. And I think it's good I think the cookie or something like that it puts on you is something like for 24 hours. So if you buy, an adapter and then you say, oh, you know what? I'm going to buy this $40,000 television. I would get a small commission for that TV too. So it's kind of a cool thing the way it works out. So yes, if you ever end up needing to buy an adapter that you got recommended off of my channel and you have been thinking about buying a big television or something like that, buy the television at the same time. I'm joking. Whit Norris was talking about your Clean Smart video last Sunday. Really? He bought a bunch of it. I do know that. Hope you invested in some stock. I don't think that they have stock, but I didn't share it because I was trying to make money off of them. I share it because it's a product that I found and I really like. And I can give you a couple of examples of ways I've used it. But Whit happened to call just to do a random check on me. He just, he's a good guy. He's a real good guy. And he called me up just to ask how have you been doing? I haven't talked to you in a while since the whole shutdown thing, and it's been a while. When my wife had COVID back in March and April through early May, he and his boom operator Kevin actually. Kevin reached out first. They would not take no for an answer. I'm like, nope, we're fine, we're good. Stay away, stay away. And they both, Kevin came over first, and he dropped off a nebulizer type thing for her to breathe through, a mask with the ability for her to breathe through, and because he happened to have two, and so he brought one of them so that she could use it if she wanted to, and then he and Whit together brought like a whole care package full of a whole bunch of food and little treats and stuff for the kids and different things, and I think he brought over a Chick-fil-A, so we had breakfast that morning too. But they just came over and left it and left. They're really good guys, and they really were watching out and concerned and stuff. They're really, really good. I'm glad to know people like them. Just blessings in general. But what was I going to say? If he was, I don't know, where was he talking about it? Where was he talking about the, Ken, tell me, where was he talking about the Clean Smart video? I guess you saw him in person? Because I was talking to him. He called and did a random check with me the day before that video dropped. And I told him about it because he asked how SoundSpeeds is going. And I said, oh, I got a video releasing tomorrow. And I told him about it. Well, while I was talking to him, he went to Clean Smart's website. He says, I'm going to go ahead and beat the curve. He says, before everybody floods their site and buys them out, I'm going to go ahead. He went to their website and bought like 4 cases of them or 4 bottles or something. He bought 4 something. And he said, yeah, before they sell out after your video drops, I'm going to go ahead and buy a bunch. And so he did. But he said, my recommendation was enough for him. And I was like, wow, thank you. But, yeah, Atlanta is a very tight community. And we have, it is, I'll tell you something that has been amazing about this community is that you want to talk about a community that cares about other people. The Atlanta Sound community is that. You can go into other areas in the country and join their sound communities too, but your main office may be farther away than the primary market. Like, for example, in the Carolinas, their office, you have so many different random cities. I think it's 491 is their union, but you could have Charleston, you could have Raleigh-Durham, you could have Charlotte, Spartanburg. Let's see, what are some of the other ones that you have up there? But you have all these different cities in different areas, far away, far across multiple states, and there's not one office that everybody is living near. And so in Georgia, we have that luxury. Almost all of our work is within the same 45 square mile area of the city of Atlanta. And because of that, we can get together and see each other quite often. And so it's really an amazing thing if you are in a circumstance where one of the sound mixers that I know he was day playing with us as a utility because we needed to have someone good and there was no one available. He says, you know what? I haven't been a utility for a while, but for you guys, I'll do it. He came out, was our sound utility. And he had a early morning call the next day on Walking Dead on the second unit. And he was with us until 10:30 p.m. And then we wrapped up and he got out of there. I'm driving down the road, about 10 minutes down the road, having left, and I get a call, and it's very weird for him to call. And he says, hey, Alan. And I was like, yeah. He's like, my car was stolen. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, it was in crew parking, and it's right where it's supposed to be, right where I parked it, but it's not there. His production van was stolen. And he said, and this is at 11 something p.m. He's like, I have a 6 a.m. call tomorrow on Walking Dead. I'm like, oh, wow. And so we talked about what his workload was for the day, what he needed in order to actually get through the day. I went back, I opened up the truck, and we went through it all and got him as much gear as I could. I called the sound mixer on the principal unit, and he didn't answer the phone, but he checked the voicemail, and he realized what was going on. He provided a recorder so that basically we started making phone calls in the middle of the night and getting people lined up to cover him, not work-wise, but gear-wise. If you go into many other markets and say, oh man, my van was stolen, I have a 6 a.m. call time tomorrow. Okay, great. Tell me the information I need to know to be there. They would just want to replace you. but we loaned him gear and made sure he was able to work. And then after that, he made it through that day just fine. And then people started providing him either gear temporarily on loan. I think Gotham Sound and True Audio and some other vendors ended up giving him either extreme discounts on gear or providing him loaners for a period of time, rentals, extended period of time for free, or extremely discounted. And just the whole community in Atlanta came together. And we've had the same kind of thing happen with other mixers have had the same thing happen, which is quite amazing because that doesn't really happen except in places like the South. And I'm not aware of any other market that does that for people. So in the sound community, we are rather blessed to have each other. And despite my telling people, no, stay away, keep away, don't come anywhere near, people still showed up. And, you know, a sound utility in town named Genesis, she came by and brought this like special gold tea. Sorry, I keep hitting this thing. This special gold tea that she made that was honey and some other stuff. And she brought it by for my wife. And my wife said it was really good. And a few other people had like dropped off things, even though I kept telling people, stay away, you know, treat this like a plague house, you know, just spare yourself. Don't leave when you don't have to. Stay in your house. But people were wanting to help out. So, and Whit and Kevin and Genesis were amongst them. There were a few others. Let's see. How did you see Whit? I'm curious as to how you was Whit in an interview or something that he did, or were you in the sound chat, the weekly sound chat that comes up on Fridays? Let's see. Like my philosophy for a channel, but I think you're still underappreciated. Ha! So happy to use one of your affiliate links. Yeah, thank you so much. You know, here's the thing. If there's a bunch of people out there that are interested in one topic like consumer audio, they're going to click on a video. They're going to watch a video that's a consumer-minded thing. If you want a SM58 review, you'll find a channel that does them. If you want to find an interface when it first comes out, all the rave that everybody's talking about that's been advertised and they're making tons of them because everybody in the world is going to want one of these things, find a channel that will do those reviews. I am not that. I am a channel that you go to when you want a deep dive on something. That 32-bit floating point video, for example, it took me, I don't know if you saw me at my last live stream, but it took me over 30 hours to edit it alone. And wanting to verify, and I got a couple of things wrong in what I knew about 32-bit floating point. And when I was researching, I was like, oh, wait a second. Oh, geez, I got that wrong. I'm glad I caught that. And I did a lot of research to verify my knowledge and to make sure that I was presenting the accurate information. And I messed up a couple of things. And so I got clarification on that. It was good to learn it. But by the time that video came out, I had spent, I'd spent hours on that just to do the voiceover material alone. I think it was a 6-hour recording session because I kept goofing it up. I kept messing it up in one way or another. And then there was something that I said, this doesn't sound right. This doesn't seem right. And then I realized that the way I was wording it was misleading. And so I said, oh, that's not good at all. I had to stop and rewrite it. And then I realized that as I was rewriting, I said, wait a second now. If I say that, then it's going to, then this entire section needs to be rewritten because it feeds into that wrong. And so I had to redo it again. But if you've seen in the past, I did my Deity HDTX review. When I did that video, you see over my credit sequence, I'm in an ice cream parlor with one of the guys that helped me do the video. And you see him a couple of times in the video. And that's a place that I love going to. It's in Sugar Hill, and and the ice cream is made by a Grandmaster ice cream maker. The place is a ice cream pub. It's an Irish ice cream pub. And anytime I ever do a Soundspeeds location shoot and someone comes out to help, they always want to go out to the ice cream pub afterwards because they know by reputation, having, volunteered to help me shoot a video, they know that if they come out and help me with a video, I'm going to offer to take them someplace for, dinner or for lunch or whatever the time may be, or a snack or something like that, depending on the time. And usually since introducing people to the ice cream pub, people always want to go there. So we go there, we usually will eat, and then we'll get some ice cream. So you'll see the credit roll sequence where Barney, who was helping me, that's not his real name, but that's what I call him. You see him and me chowing down on some of the Daddy O'Brien's ice cream, and he was loving every bit of it. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because that place right there is a just amazing place, and that place is one that I would go there and I would get the bangers and mash, and I would eat that and eat some ice cream while working on the copy for that 32-bit floating point video. And I probably went there half a dozen times, if not more. And sometimes I'd come out there and I'd set up the laptop and I would just be like, oh, this is so good. I'm done. Now, I didn't even have a chance to open the thing up and get onto the writing the copy. But sometimes I would go through it and I'd proofread it and I'd start rewriting stuff. And sometimes I would move on and continue writing it. But the place is amazing. I can show you their website if you want. I'll show it to you. You're going to be very jealous that this place is in existence because it is just amazing. And I should know the website by heart by now, but I don't. I will post it because if you are ever in Georgia, it is worth it. Drive up to Sugar Hill and try some handmade ice cream by a 30-plus year veteran ice cream maker who makes it from scratch. He makes it. He's won awards. He goes by Daddy O'Brien's, and this is Daddy O'Brien's Ice Cream Pub. It's amazing. So definitely check it out if you're ever in Georgia, especially on the north side of town. But I will drive out there and I'll have some of that. So let's see. We are let's play catch up on this. Okay. So it was the weekly Zoom chat that you saw it in. So he was talking about, I think that was 2 times in a row. Jeez. Squeak, squeak, squeak. He was talking about my video on the MKH50 at one point, I think a week ago Friday. And so that's cool. So he was just talking about the Clean Smart in the last Friday video. Is that what was happening, Ken? Because if so, let me know. Sounder done. Weekend Zoom chats. Okay, so it must have been... Yeah, it definitely needs to connect with the shops down here. Sorry, that was just so quiet for a moment. Have you ever thought about doing a sound fundamentals course similar to one Curtis Judd's paid courses? I was talking about doing an audio basics series. The next video I have coming, if I don't release the podcast, will be an audio basics, and that will be on Monday. And it's probably not going to appeal to many people on the channel, so it'll probably be one of the lesser viewed ones. It's an attempt to do a couple of things. My audio basic series will be one that teaches some of the most basic fundamentals, to use that word, essentials that I think people need to know in order to record sound. And the first video is going to be just about sound in general and what it is, factors that you need to consider about sound when you record. And basically, it's going to be like, what is sound? You've heard me say many times, sound is vibration. Well, that's how it starts. And the reason I think that's a very good place to start is because a lot of times people don't think about sound that way. They don't think about what makes sound, how does sound work. They think of it kind of like light, but it's nothing like light the way it works, even though they're both waves. Light works in nanometers, extremely small little bitty waves. Sound works in waves that you could actually fit between your hands, or that would be too big to fit between your hands. If you saw my video on how to measure sound waves, what would be a sound? Tell me the frequency of a sound wave 1 meter long. Tell me off the top of your head. You should be able to guess this. What is it? Tell me. Write it in chat. Tell me what it would be. If you watch my content, you would know what that is off the top of your head, because it is a very easy calculation. A 1 meter long sound wave would be what frequency? You should know if you watch my channel and you remembered it. Let's see here. I also appreciate the effort you put in your videos. You're my go-to source for audio knowledge. Awesome. Thanks. Hello, Aaron. Aaron has popped up here. That means I can now basically say I'm not going to go to bed until 6 a.m. I think after the last live stream, I said, join me in Discord if anyone wants to talk. I think she was the only person that joined, and we were talking all night. We were talking way too long until something like 6 a.m. It was crazy. I was like, I have to wake up in a couple hours. Let me at least get some sleep. It was weird. Also, I can now. I also. Geez, I hate these glasses. Also, I now can't live without that ice cream now, and I'm half a country away. Tall guy Trav, did you go there? Did you go to Daddy O'Brien's? Because if so, oh, we should talk about it. And yes, this is the T-Bone SC400. Any tips, hardware, software, get the most out of an AT2035? I only use it for streaming my voice, but I like to show off with a nice mic quality. Very good. I mean, what do you mean? Streaming your voice. I mean, do you sing? Do you do voiceover? Do you just, game? What do you do exactly? Kind of would be curious about knowing. So, once you tell me that, then I can break it down a little bit for you. Okay, let me go ahead and pause real quick, and I'll go ahead and I said I would do the announcements that I came here to do 15 minutes ago, but I'm going to go over a couple of things, and this is going to be kind of fun. I'm going to open up the cable making shop again. So if you missed out on last month or the month before, whenever it was, that I was making cables made my way. The way that basically I've been making cables now for over 10 years. And the way that I've started to make them is very, very refined. I'm very particular. I use components that I believe in, that come together, and I think, and it has never failed me. Never once has a cable failed me. I've had cables that have been run over before, and they still work top notch. I usually replace my cables after a few years. When some people say I replace them every show, I usually will replace them every couple of years, or not couple. I should say probably every 4 or 5, simply because I don't want there to be any overall damage, like in case it happened to have an abundance of damage to it over the course of time, because that can happen. It can happen where you have your cable. I mean, people would run dollies over it and they'd say, oh, do you need to pick up your cable? Don't worry about it. They're like, you sure? I'm like, I'm very sure about my own cable. Yep. Don't worry about it. And a lot of people would say, you are crazy for letting people run over your XLRs. Maybe. I've never had an issue with it. I've had cars run over my XLRs before, never messed it up. Now, I've never had anyone skid out a car or something over my XLRs, but my point is I'm not overly going to freak out if someone drives over it. If I'm in the middle of trying to do something, laying cables, and picking up a cable and putting it back down, if someone wants to lift it up and do that, that's fine. But if I only have 1 minute to put down carpets, I would rather spend that 1 minute on carpets when I trust my cable. But regardless, I'm going to be selling, once again, putting together cables from scratch, hand making it with my choice components, which I personally believe more so in than any other cable that you can buy on the market. I've kind of combined a whole bunch of features and a bunch of things together that I like the way that they go together. I like the way that they are rugged, that they sound great. They're solid. You can run them over electrical wires, power strips. And if you watch here's one thing you can do. If you watch my video, my second video on my studio upgrade, you'll notice that at one point I show a camera and I go down, I tilt down, and you can see an XLR cable that's something like 100-foot XLR cable. No, it's not that long. It was probably a 25 or a 50. And it was coiled right on top of a power strip. And there was all these little wall warts and everything that would normally buzz and tear up a cable. Well, I had been doing that for 2 years. And that's terrible to admit. I know, especially being a pro. But the fact of the matter is, I trust my cables so much, I didn't even think about it because they never buzz. And so I'm opening up my cable making shop again. So if you have a desire to have a cable handmade by me, my way, I'm selling 10-foot XLRs with USPS shipping to the United States, priority mail, for $50. A 10-foot XLR made my way, which I would challenge the build on that to a Mogami Gold. I'll challenge them. If you wanted to compare a Mogami Gold to the one that I make, I'd say go for it, because I'm very meticulous about the way that I make them and the components I use and everything for it. And so if you are interested in a very premium kind of cable, I'll put the graphic up on the screen that I did before. But if you have any interest in it, oh no, the graphic is now gone. I don't know where it went. Okay, well, who knows where the thing went? I'll have to rebuild that one at some point. I don't know where that thing went. The graphic has completely gone away. Maybe it's because I took it off the screen, the main screen. I don't know. But whatever the case may be, I'm now selling cables again. So if you are interested in a cable, handmade XLR the way I make them, or you have another link that you would like, or another cable configuration or something like that, shoot me an email. My email is in the description below, and I will gladly talk with you about making cables to your needs and specifications, expectations, and what have you. Okay, let's see. Second thing, I'm gonna mention that I've received a few different questions lately regarding Neat microphones, and I did reach out to them and I found out some key information. The big thing that people have been wondering is, because the King Bee is listed now as discontinued on pretty much every site out there, does that mean they're going under? Oh, financial stability. They're live and well. I did reach out. I talked to someone who was the person that I talked to before I did my review, and I said, "Are you going under? Shoot straight with me." He said, "No, we're far from it." And I said, "Why is the King Bee discontinued right now?" And he said, "The reason why is because we've had, especially with the shutdown, they have sold out of King Bees. And if you just sell out, then people pester them constantly about what's coming. They're reworking the King Bee, and it's going to be back better than ever." That's all I can say. They did not give me permission to say anything more than that, but it is going to be back. He told me, gave me a gist of what they're doing, but they also have some other things in the works. And right now, as I've always said it, I personally use the Worker Bee more than the King, because it's lighter for one, but also it's flatter. If you use the Worker Bee within about a foot or so away from your mouth, it's beautiful. If you go farther than about a foot or so away from your mouth, then you might consider getting the King, simply because of that bass boost. It will help you it'll help pull out the bass in your voice a little bit more. That's usually what I tell people, is if you're interested in a flat microphone, get the Worker Bee. If you're interested in one that's got a little bit more of a bass to it, a little bit more of a presence, not a presence, a little more of a low end fundamental type boost, then get the King. But that's what I'll tell you about Neat. They have more information coming. All right. So in addition to the cables that I'm now selling, and you can buy if you're interested in an XLR, I'm going to be doing a special live stream. If you have a desire to join, then I will be accepting donations to it. Part of it I'll be sending to charity. Part of it I'll be keeping. Don't know the percentages of that just yet. It might depend on how much comes in. I may donate the whole thing. It depends. But I will be collecting donations and doing a special live stream where I'm going to be talking about and measuring certain EINs of gear live. And the ones I'm planning on doing as of now, and I'm open to additional ones if I can get my hands on them, if someone has an interest. I'm going to be doing the Deity HDTX, the transmitter. I'm going to be testing the EIN on that. I'm going to be testing the EIN on the Rodecaster Pro. And I'm going to be testing also the, wait a minute. What is it? There was I've been asked how clean the preamps are on the Sony, not the Sony, Sound Devices MM1. Even though it's analog, I'm going to test the preamps on that. And you might be saying, how are you going to do that? Because it doesn't convert to digital. Well, I have a trick up my sleeve. Trust me on that one. And it's the same trick that I used when I tested out and measured the EIN of the DBX286S, which I did do. And I'm not going to reveal that result. But I did test it. I'm confident with results because it took a few times to do. But I was able to figure it out. I figured out a technique that would work on it, and it's and it's accurate. I completely trust that technique. So I'm going to do those 4 live in a live stream that I will collect donations for a charity. So that will be something that will be coming up soon. I will put together a video to announce that as a separate thing also. I'm also going to be doing a sound utility class. Now, I've talked about this in the past, but it's going to be a 3-hour long lecture that I'm going to be teaching some weekend. It will be something that I will charge for. I will according to the people that were in the live stream about a month ago when we first talked about this, they said that it seemed like it would be a good $50 would be the price that they would recommend. But what I'm going to do is, if you want to register for it within the first week, I'll give it to you instead for I'll take $10 off, so it'll be $40. So that would be, and then after the 3-hour course, there will be a question and answer session that I'll answer all of your sound utility questions. So it would all be something that you would have access to. It will never be released on the channel, but you would have access to it indefinitely. It would be a video live stream that I would do, probably through Zoom or something, and I would accept questions after the fact. So those are some things to look forward to. I'll be doing videos about each one of those just to at least announce them at some point. Not the neat microphone thing, but I'll be mentioning the cables. I'll be mentioning the live stream testing EINs, and completely open to if someone else wants to throw something out there, because it's not going to be an easy thing to do system-wise with my setup and the way it is. It's not going to be easy for me to do in a way that's going to be, I don't want to say interesting. It's going to be interesting to learn what it is live, but you'll see the process. You'll see me measure it on 2 digital devices and 2 analog devices. So that's something. And then there's the sound utility class. So I have those coming up that I will be doing very, very soon. So it will be something for you to think about if you want to be part of any of those things sometime in the future. All right. So let's see. Let's go back up here and pick up on questions. And that's wrong, Aaron. Sound travels at 343 meters per second. Well, I shouldn't say that's just wrong. It depends on at what temperature. Temperature that usually sound is considered to be moving is at about 20 Celsius, which is 68 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe. 36 plus 32. So yeah, that's it. So 68 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius would be 343 meters per second. And so if you have 343 meters per second, then you would know that 1 meter would be 343 hertz. So that's how you would calculate it. So let's see. I forgot, but got the concept. I love that you focus on the fundamentals. And it's just geek stuff. I should not have Googled that. Okay, Aaron. Yeah, you're about to get it. Yeah, it's a different than Sabi's. Yeah, Sounder Day is hosted by Jan McLaughlin. Yeah, I've been asked if I wanted to go to that a couple times, not by Jan, but by other people. The biggest issue I always have with Sabi's and with Jan's is that the timing of them is always something that it's right in the middle of a time I can't make. And it's like right in the middle of the day. And I've told Chris Howland that if the Sabi's was backed up about if it started when it ended, I'd be able to actually join it. But the fact that they want you to have a face cam on at all times and they want you to have your name and everything on there means I can't show up, because I could listen to it, and I've done that before, but I just can't participate. I can't jump in. Like I've listened, like when it was on YouTube. I listened to the one a week ago Saturday, or a week ago Friday, or last Friday, whenever it was. I've done that one before, tuned in, but I just can't. I can't just sit there with my face on screen and be watching it. And that's the way I know people want you to interact. I just can't do that because I'm in the middle of the day with the kids and they're back at school now. So I'm handling that. Sometimes I'm also with my 4-year-old. So that, and I have a whole bunch of other things going on too in the middle of the day. So yeah, the graphic has passed away. How do I want payment? Well, I will tell you this. If you go to my YouTube, not my YouTube channel, geez, go to soundspeeds.us. And if you click on the upper right-hand corner that says contribute, down at the bottom, there's 2 different things. There's PayPal, and then there's the more preferred Venmo, mainly because they don't take fees out. And I don't like paying fees. But if you want to make a payment down there, that's fine. Now, don't just send me money not knowing what it is for, because the unfortunate thing is I have a class that's going to be, I'll be teaching, and that's going to be the same price as a cable. So I don't know which one you're signing up for. So shoot me an email first, alan@soundspeeds.us, so that way at least I know what to expect and I can direct you to the right place. But I'll at least put this out there. That's at least if you want to do a video for Sound Speeds, if you want to contribute in some way, then that's at least an option. But at the bottom is where you would find the links to that. But don't just send me a blind don't just send me a blind donation or something like that, unless it's a typical one for like live streams, because it's I wouldn't have a way of knowing, first of all, who sent it to me, because your name is not necessarily going to jive with your email address, and I don't know what you're actually getting, and I want to make sure that I always get you what you want. So let's keep on going here. Banju showed up. I don't know if he's still here, but he says 7,500 sub hype. Thank you. And basically, I just wanted to have an excuse to name this live stream something, and 7,500 seems like a thing enough to celebrate. And if Banju, you're still in here, I brought out my special Zip Fizz for the occasion, which is every time you buy a 30 pack, which I did, and I need to buy another one. I need definitely more Zip Fizz, but Blueberry Raspberry is the special extra tube that they usually give you an extra flavor in there. The last batch I got, the last 30 pack I got, had an extra tube up there, and it was white cherry. This one, it is blue raspberry, and it's ready to go. I'm so excited about trying this. Bandrew, eat the Zip Fizz. Of course you want me to. Thank you very much, Bandrew. But yes, this blueberry raspberry one will be consumed over this stream. So I'm very, very excited about that one. I've been saving it for a special occasion. Didn't know when I was going to do it, but now I know. So it's not just made Alan's way, but the bragging rights that come with it. Hey, my cable's made by the boom op of Walking Dead. I guess FF is Fast and Furious. I was not principal unit on that. As a matter of fact, I only day played on principal unit for that. Spider-Man, I was second unit on, and I was on the mocap unit on Avengers, but Walking Dead, I was principal unit for 1.5 seasons, and I did other days. But yeah, I mean, you could easily say that. Cable was made by the boom op of those shows. Don't forget Stranger Things. If you're going to be name dropping, did Stranger Things season 2 too. James Brown's in the house. How's it going there, James? A foot is pretty far. Okay. Quick question. AT2035 and a Shure SM58 for streaming. Or a Shure SM57 for streaming. Lancy 10, it depends. If you're talking about... If we're just gonna say which one or this one, I would say if your environment is treated, go for the 2035. If it's untreated, go for the SM57. And I'm talking about acoustic treatment. I'll just be simple and say it that way. For most streamers in a well-treated room aren't using mechanical keyboard, the AT2035 will work, but most people don't. Yeah. Okay, well, I was thinking about, was planning on partnering it with Scarlett or Go XLR Mini. I would recommend the Scarlett over the Go XLR Mini, if it's the one I'm thinking of it. Am I remembering the right model number? We're talking, sorry, out of my realm of expertise, consumer audio. Go XLR Mini. Let me look at that one real quick. Go XLR Mini, and if it's the thing I'm thinking, no, that's not the one I was thinking of. TC Helicon, Go XLR Mini. I don't know anything about it. If Banju's still in here, he could perhaps provide some insight. He knows much more about that realm than I do. Let's see here. Okay, well, I was thinking about both. I was planning on partnering it with... Okay, I just said that. My keyboard is very quiet. My keyboard is very quiet. Have a video on it and never picks up with my Blue Yeti. If there was a way for me to create a banned word list, I would love to add Blue Yeti to that for live streams and have people be like, why is it banning Blue Yeti? That would be so awesome. There might be a way. I should maybe make a banned list of things like that. If you go, okay, yeah, XLR Mini, if it's a premium interface, SM57 should be fine. Let's see. My only issue is, okay, so you're still talking back and forth with X80 stamps. Parents arguing, dog barking, stuff like that, and my brother raging. So for the sound utility course, please don't overlap with the Chicago Filmscape course on August 29th. That's a good point. August 29th. No, it would not be that weekend. It might be the following weekend. It might be the 1st of September. First weekend of September. Usually I do my classes on Sundays. I might do a poll. I might do a poll on my channel to find out would it be preferred on Saturday or Sunday. I usually do it on Saturday in case people happen to be working and they have a Friday or something like that, and they wanted to be able to sleep in. Oh, geez, Aaron, thank you so much. And Timothy, awesome. I suddenly saw those light up. Thank you so much. There's ZipFizz money right there with all of those. I'll get another box of ZipFizz. You have, what is the word? What you're not supposed to do to alcoholics. Instigate. But y'all are instigating my ZipFizz habits. Thank you so much. Let's see here. But the thing I will point out regarding the utility class is that I would want it to be a day that would work well for anybody who wants to participate in it. And Saturdays and Sundays are the most popular days for those. Usually I do the classes that I teach in the real world on Sundays. That way they would have maximum number of people there because of Fridays. But right now, if there's a big shutdown going on, we could do it Saturday afternoon. But then, you see, I also got to pick a good time that would be worthwhile for people worldwide. I can't do it too late in the day because if I do, people in Europe would say, well, I can't show up. And if I do it it's going to be someplace, it's going to be dark someplace in the world. And I don't want to end up doing one in, 12 hours and then 12 hours again. So that's going to be something that's coming up here. It's going to be the same class I teach in the real world, but obviously it's going to be virtual and online. I can take questions live, but I think that would disrupt the flow of the class. So I'm going to do the lecture part first, and then at the end of it, it will be something that I do a question and answer session for. And unfortunately, because it's not going to be something that is in person, I'm not going to be showing a whole bunch of different materials and things. I'll be talking about the concepts and the crash course in what utilities need to know. If you're looking for model numbers of slates and stuff like that, that's not covered. If you're looking for model numbers of all the different, time code boxes and stuff like that, not going to be in the class. The reason why is because, first of all, it ever changes. Second of all, you're going to be using what your sound mixer has. So as long as you understand the concepts and what each thing is for, that should be enough. Because as long as you know, you jam a Limo into this one. On this one, you jam in a TRS 1/8 inch, 3.5 millimeter. As long as you know how to jam it and you know how to jam in and out and you understand certain concepts and principles, you're going to be fine. So that's the reason why I teach the way I do. So I'll have more information about that coming up. Okay, so that's a confirmation. So ZipFizz money. Okay, great. I'll get to that in a split second. I'm starting to run behind in the chat. Scarlet 2i2, yes, H and CF name drop. Oh, Halt and Catch Fire name drop. Yeah, there's that too. I turned autocorrect off and I messed up the spelling all the time. Sorry. I literally did it again. Okay. I killed autocorrect as well as it messed up my spelling. Yeah, that's one of those things that, to me, in the world of autocorrect, it's something you have to be very aware of. You really have to be aware of your misspellings because it will change. There's the whole meme going around about, the one of the guy and the girl that are walking down the road, and then his head turns back at another girl wearing a dress, and she's like, the girl he's walking with is all jealous. And, it is a professional photographer that took a whole series of them with this couple, the couple of girls and the guy. And it's really, it's funny how it turned into this amazing meme. But there's one that has, what is it? It has autocorrect over the guy's face. It has the word that rhymes with duck that is profanity on the girl that he's walking with, and then it has the word duck on the girl that's he's looking at. So he's turning away from the profanity word that he wants, and the autocorrect is looking the other way. That's the same way as I say whenever you see typos, and it's someone that never really does a typo, perhaps they might need to run their social media posts or whatever through Grammarly or something, but spelling wise, it's not wrong. And then suddenly you see a misspelling, chances are there's a reason for it. There's probably a reason for that misspelling. It could be part of a troll or something. So if someone always seems to spell things correctly but might not be using the proper grammar all the time, but then one word is misspelled, you could probably assume that that is them trolling or something. Oops, I just scrolled the wrong way. Enabled is the word. Yes, enabled. Instigate. What did I say? I don't even know what I'm saying half the time. And speak of ambient voices. That's something that happens to me a lot. Yeah. I've always subconsciously had mild disgust with Blue Yetis even long before I knew anything about audio. You know, I just got through when talking to Erin the other day, Erin Knight, who's in the chat right now. She showed me this video of the Blue Yeti, like taken apart. And I was sent into a rage. I was so fired up about that. Just I've never liked the sound of those things, but seeing it taken apart, seeing how crappy the components are on the inside and that they sell it for $100, it made me mad. And this was Alan mad at like 4 a.m. So I was tired and not reasonable mad, and she was probably pretty amused. But I tell you, it was something that I was not the least bit pleased with when I saw the inside of that Yeti. So I've already not liked USB microphones, but now even more so. Alrighty. Bloody think it took me like 9 attempts to send that. I reloaded the page and heard Blue Yeti, and you can ban the word. So I might do that just because I think it'd be funny to ban certain words. Is wood decent for sound treatment? My house is a log cabin, and it's a 1 floor almost condo size. No. I hope you're joking. No. Okay. All right. I'm going to post real quick here, just in case you're, let me see. I have a video called Acoustic Treatment 101, and I'll post that one real quick. You can watch it sometime. And then I'll post the follow-up to that, which I did later because I was still getting questions about it. And it's called One Thing You Need to Understand About Acoustic Treatment. And it's funny because I actually include 2 things in it, but I still only call it one thing because they both fall into the same category, in my opinion. But regardless, there you go. So check those out. That should answer everything you want to know. So, cool. All right, autocorrect made ducks the most popular bird in the world. Yes, I'm sure. Duckling this, duckling that, duck me, duck you. Yeah, there are all the ducks. Exactly. Hey, Alan, I've been planning to move into a new house, and at this time, eventually going to come to treat the new place. I've been using sound blankets currently, and I don't want to put holes on the wall if I can avoid it. Do you have suggestions? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Larko. Okay. Here is what I'm going to tell you. Sorry, it's taken me a couple minutes to get to you, but here is your answer, Larko. If you are, because I have people say my wife doesn't let me put holes in the walls or something like that. Here's what you can do. If you're talking about around your desk or something, and there's a way for you to pin something between the wall and your desk, like use your desk to pin something against the wall, go to Home Depot and get a whole bunch of 4x8 pieces of wood. They'll do, I think, up to 2 cuts for you for free. Lowe's does the same thing, but if your ceilings are like 7.5 feet or something like that, just get them cut down to like 7, a little bit under, like 7 foot 3 inches, whatever the height of your room happens to be. But if you can take a full 8, then take a full 8. But what you do is you take it and you use that to put your acoustic padding on. Then use that and jam it up to the wall with your desk. So if you are talking about a desk, you only need to acoustically treat down to the height of that desk. And so if your desk is, let's just say 3 feet off the ground and your ceilings are 8 feet, you could have 5 feet of acoustic treatment behind you or in front of you or on whatever wall. That's what I always recommend people to do, is get a piece of wood, put your acoustic paneling and stuff on that, and then pin it up against the wall. Don't go less than 1 inch, because 1 inch will start to bow and they can do some weird things. But usually there's a little molding on the bottom of the floor that sticks out this way, and then if you lean something against the wall, it would be slightly angled like this, so slightly angled back, and then if you pin it between that molding and stuff, it should hold backwards against your wall pretty well. Do that, because if you don't want to mess up your walls, that's what we call skinning. Usually in the film industry, they use a very, very thin little bitty board, and they'll cover up the wall if they're going to be repainting. And the homeowner says, no, don't repaint my walls or do anything to that. Don't mess with that. Don't skin my walls. Or they say don't mess it up, so that way instead you skin their walls. So that way you don't mess up any of their materials. You don't mess up their house. You don't mess up their painting. And I've been in the houses before where normally the way it is if we rent out your house in the film industry, they'll rent out for 3 days. They'll spend 1 day to build it out for the show. We'll then shoot in it, and then they'll have a day to tear it down. In the meantime, they send off the family that lives there into a very nice hotel or something. That way they say, you don't need to come by the house at all. You don't have a reason to come by. You don't need to. So if you do that, usually there's a good chance that the homeowner's not going to come back. I did a movie called Kill the Messenger. It was a Jeremy Renner movie. You can actually watch it right now on Netflix. I need to watch it right now. I need to actually do some sort of a really awesome, watch together event or something like that through Discord at some point. But Kill the Messenger was a fun movie because it was talking about how the government backed basically the start of the crack cocaine. Now that I've said the words, I'm going to have this video flagged, but as how the government actually helped to start the epidemic that was crack cocaine. And the movie was about Gary Webb and his dark alliance and how he researched and put together a really amazing story for the San Jose Mercury News. Well, when we were shooting that movie, the house we were shooting in that was their house, the homeowner decided to come by just to come see the filming. And Locations was trying to keep him out of the house because they did skin the walls and did other things to the house, changed out all the furniture and everything. It was a period movie. Took place back in the 80s. So you couldn't have all this modern stuff in there. And when they took everything out of it, the homeowners came in there and freaked out when they saw one of the walls we were shooting in, because they're like, that was painted by and it's rice paper, and they freaked out thinking that we messed up their wall, and Locations had to come in and remove them from the house and say, no, we didn't destroy it. We covered it up and then we painted that. So don't freak out. That's the reason why we wanted you out of the house. Anyway, kind of funny. That's the reason why you don't want homeowners to show up. Okay. Sorry, I keep drinking water. I'm getting kind of cotton-mouthy here. Okay, let's see where we were. So Larco, that's what I would say. I've gone a little bit on a tangent there, but skin your walls or use them and slightly angle them against the wall. If you want to, you can build them as floor standing panels with a board that comes out of the bottom and then a right angle off of that too. But that would be what I recommend to do is put, if you cannot hang anything on your walls and you can't drill holes in and put hooks or anything like that, do that. Skin your walls with 4x4 by 1 inch boards, and then acoustically treat those. It won't be pretty. So if you are somebody out there that has a wife or a girlfriend that says, you're going to mess up the way that the room looks, I absolutely am, but I will not be putting holes in it. If you let me put some holes in the wall, dear, then I can make it look a lot better. Because what you can do is you can take panels, acoustic panels that you make or you buy, and then you can put, you can either have it painted to look like something, you could have it decorated, you could have the muslin painted over. You can say, well, have one of your favorite artists do a drawing or something on it, and then put that muslin over it. But they do not want to paint, because if you paint muslin, then it basically becomes a hardened coating on it, and it loses all of its acoustic principles. So there you go. That was a great question. Secondly, I meant to ask you months ago, what is the purpose of the hardware cloth in your treatment? Mainly, this is a soundstage look. Larco, they use it on sets. That way, if people put leaning something against the wall, it's not going to tear this. This is actually very delicate type material. It scratches very easily. I mean, it looks pretty rough. It looks like canvas. And I mean, as far as things are concerned, it is. But if I were to take this right here, a little screw, and I scraped it or leaned a ladder against it and then hit this wall, it would very easily tear a hole in it. When I was putting it up there, the screws I was driving through there, you can't really see it because they were too far away on the wide shot. But when I put the screws in there were a couple of screws that I put in because I had two different lengths of screws, the 1 inch, and then I had the 1.5 inch ones. And the 1 inch screws weren't able to make it through 2 layers. I learned that the hard way. And I had to use 1.5 inch, but when I pulled it back out, it pulled out a whole lot of the insulation and it started to rip in that place. And I said, yikes, don't want to do that. So So I tried to reuse the same holes whenever possible, and after cleaning up and tidying up. But back there, also any of the places that the holes would be, like right here, there's also a big washer on that to hold the hardware cloth in place. But that's the reason why it's there, is because this is what what sound stages look like. They look like this with hardware cloth. If you go online and you look up sound stages, you'll see pictures of sound stages. Usually hardware cloth is covering it if it's not chicken wire or something of the like. But you can just drop hardware cloth and use it to cover up your wall acoustically. But I wanted it to look like a soundstage because that's what I do. And the background that I had up here originally was, as you know, if you've been following my channel for a while, you know that the reason why that was the way it was and looked the way it did was because I was not planning on originally doing more than 100 episodes. And I was only planning on doing 100 episodes, one every 3 days. And then after doing 100 episodes, I decided to continue forth with more and more sound speeds because by then I had enough people that were interested in what I was doing and were backing me and supporting me in that and saying, hey, we like what you're doing and what you're teaching, and don't give up, don't stop. So I said, okay, well, I'll keep going. And now it's 7,500 subscribers deep. And we've been doing this now for over 3 years. So we're getting there. We're getting there, doing pretty well. But that would be your answer there. I have stuff for treatment. It's like new foam blocks I was using for a gym, but I scrapped it, so I have no use for it. Yeah, use that on your floor. Use it for something, but maybe spot treat certain areas. But if it's foam, it's not going to be ideal. Yes, he was. The foam was going to, she's talking about me enraged. The foam was going to the flooring, didn't scratch it up. But cement, yeah, so definitely use it. Now he knows why he hates them. Yeah, they sound like garbage. Really hard to put holes in walls down here. The walls are concrete. Oh, well, that's always great. I say jokingly, of course. But at least you can put up stuff against it pretty well. I've used the Blue Yeti for 100. They accepted my 2-year warranty after a cable housing. So do I appreciate being able to keep using it? Cool. More power to you there, Lancy 10. I think you're paying for a particular look with the Yeti, not the sound. I think you're paying for the convenience personally. And the fact that for whatever reason, I think they sent out a whole bunch of them when people were looking to upgrade YouTube audio. They picked a whole bunch of YouTubers. They sent them out there. And at the time, YouTube didn't sound great. And the Yeti was an improvement. So personally, I think that it was a great marketing thing that they did, because a lot of the times if you send things out to people like gamers that don't know quality of sound, it's going to sound better than what they were used to. Which is like Banjo is in here from Podcast. He says he left a couple minutes ago, but he did a video where he talked about J2 Sense and how J2 Sense got himself an SM7B and he did not like the sound of it. And he said, well, so the Yeti is actually better. And he went back and his audience freaked out and told him it's because you're not doing it right. You cannot, and as soon as they set him straight on it, he got it. He totally understood at that point that he had stepped in it, and after that he basically made the corrections, and he was more than humble about it in a video he released. But Banjo did mention that it was something that he had made the mistake about. And corrected it. So he did make good about that. But the Yeti, I personally think it's marketing. I think that's what it was. They sent a bunch of them out there to people that at the right times, it came along at the exact right time. And that was when audio wasn't good. If it was now and Blue released the Yeti and sent them out all over the place, saturating the market, some people, gamers with, small channels would probably be like, oh yeah, look at this. This is cute. Okay, cool. But if they have taken cues from the bigger channels out there, Markiplier, PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, all these bigger channels, those guys are using real mics. They're using real interfaces and stuff now. So they could never go back to a Blue Yeti. They would say, this thing sounds like garbage. And they would be exactly right. So consider that when you ever are looking at something microphone wise. Buying a USB microphone is not the way I would ever go. So But if the Yeti makes you happy, by all means, continue to use it. In other words, the Yeti would be much better off if it were half the price of the Q2U. Aren't you telling the truth there, X80 Stamps? And that's exactly right. I've looked at the Q2U as being underpriced. It sells new, usually around the $60 mark before you're in a pandemic. Right now, I think they started selling it again. They came on the market over there at Amazon again, and I think it was around $68 or $70. I know because Kevin, who was in here last time, he had written me about it, and I recommended it for his circumstance, and he went and bought one, and it's a great microphone. I'm sure he's doing great with it because you can use it as both a USB and use an internal analog digital converter, or you can use it XLR and use it on an interface. So if you want a first-time microphone that you don't spend a whole lot of money on, get the Q2U, start using it USB mode, and then as you need to and want to upgrade your sound, get an interface, continue to use the same microphone, and then change out the microphone at some point. And that way you're not doing a drastic change of everything all at once. You're slowly progressing. And that's a great way to go. And I love the sound of the Q2U. I know that Audio-Technica has a couple of hybrids also that are XLR USBs. I personally don't like the way they sound, so I don't ever mention them. I don't even bother remembering the model numbers completely. I know one of them. Okay. The Yeti has 3 1.5-inch electric capsules you can buy on Alibaba. Yeah, it is awful. Look at the video. Try to help me convince Alan to tear one apart. You see, the thing is, I don't want to buy one. If somebody had one that was junked out and wanted to send me, I would easily take the thing apart and show how it's garbage. But I'll tell you this, there are videos online on YouTube. Do a search for Blue Yeti teardown. You'll find them. And you'll drop your mouth when you see what the capsule is inside. The capsule array is on the inside. It's terrible. Yes, skinning because it's putting a different skin on the walls. Exactly. If you want a cheap microphone to get started, you don't have the money or the interface. I found the Fifine has some pretty good options, and they're apparently priced around $30. Yeah, the Fifine K6 and K8 I reviewed way back when. The K6 I thought had a pleasant and flat sound. For the price, I wasn't that happy with the accessories, especially considering that the K8 is only a little bit more. The big thing I like about those is that the rejection is very, very high. Its off-axis rejection is very good. I do like the K8 sound much better than the K6 though. And for $30, I think it's a pretty decent mic to get, especially in a high noise environment. Personally, I think the Yeti sounds fine, not as good as XLR. Okay, you can have that conversation. That's fine. Maybe it sounds terrible. I don't know. Right, Larka, I'm hanging acoustic blankets like curtain rods and drapes, but it does mean 6 screws for the hangers. When you listen on monitors, Yeti sounds noisy and artificially boosted. I'm happy that I'm happy. If you're happy with it, though, that's all that really matters. Got to head out to bed. Okay, bye, Bandrew. If you wouldn't mind checking a video like 5 seconds, something to see if it sounds bad or not. So in other words, the hardware cloth helps protect sound stages. Yeah, that's exactly it. I need to catch up. Definitely don't want to sell promo. That would be rude. Just so you know, though, I'm not a sound engineer. I'm a narrator. I'm a gamer. Haha. LOL. When we can't build custom drum booths in the theater basements, we tend to rent a Tatrix Productions G9 pack mobile booth. It stacks and locks together nicely. Cool. I have never heard of that before. I don't even know the brand, but that's cool. That's awesome. I mean, I know a sound mixer that was actually selling a whisper room. I know a couple of guys that have sound booths in their sound trailers. They have them built into the front of them, and you go inside, you close it down. There's good and bad about that. Good that it's a cool thing that you can market. Bad that you have to take everything out there. If they say, "Oh, we want to do some wildlands, can we go into your booth?" You gotta go off the stage, wheel your card in there, or you can, I guess, do it on a totally separate roll and go in there with a Mix Pre 3 or something. You can. you would at least have that as an option. You can do that. Have a own recording setup on the trailer. That'd be cool. See, that would be the kind of thing that I would actually do, but I would not encourage that because usually you want to try to do wild lines in the same kind of environment that you recorded them in. So if you were recording inside of a stage in a particular room and you knew that was the room that you shot the scene in, try to do the wild lines in there. If not, I mean, if you go into a vocal booth to record sound, the outdoor sounds, a dialogue that you did outdoor, and you don't use the same mic, you don't use the same environment, what's the point? All right, so I'm Shilling Road again, but if you must have a USB, I reckon the NT USB is a good starting point. It's only a USB with decent and real large diaphragm condenser capsule. Yeah, and that's a decent point there. The thing is, though, I do like the sound of the Q2U. If you're talking about, and it's probably because I've used it XLR mode. I'll be honest with you. Just the other day, I was setting it up for my daughter to use in Discord on her computer downstairs. Discord does not make it sound good. It may be the analog digital converter in there. I don't know, but I'm not a huge fan of USB microphones. Using the microphone itself going out XLR, I like the way it sounds. On USB mode going into Discord, I just kind of was like, this is kind of garbage. Sorry. So, is there a difference between the output of a Samson Q2U when plugged into an XLR and the USB? What's the best combination of mixture or interface to bring out the best possible sound for the Samson Q2U? I have never tested the Q2U in XLR and in USB mode. Perhaps Bandrew did in his review of the Q2U. I don't know. Have I ever? I've barely ever used it XLR mode. The only time I've ever done that, like I mentioned, was when I set it up for my daughter. I used it one time when I was out of town at the beach to dial in on a voice chat on Discord, but that was it. I just used it and I was hand holding the thing all night. And I hate using it USB. I just do not like USBs. As for what is a good combination for the Q2U and an interface, as long as it's one of the major ones, I would say you could get very easily. You could get a Behringer UMC2 or 22. Those are fine. The Focusrites make good interfaces that would work great with a Q2U. Pretty much any of the major ones. If you want to go for the SSL, what is it, 2 Plus or 2, that would be fine. And what's the Motu M2 would be another great one, a great choice. You could obviously do those. Those would be great interfaces. I mean, one of the ones that I've always just generally liked the sound of was the one that's Steinberg. I've liked those. Now, their noise floors are slightly louder than others, so many people will steer away from them for that reason. But maybe it's because I've only ever heard them online and never actually used them. But I've looked over the specs. I looked at them. I've listened to samples, and I personally dialed in on that one as being one that I liked. Also, it was under $100. So if you're to keep it under 100, it was pretty good. The Behringers really, though, are solid. I mean, Focusrite makes good stuff, too. This is all, I don't own any of this stuff, but that's all from what I have seen and talked to many people over the course of time that have all said the same thing. And the only thing about the Focusrites is sometimes there's issues with the drivers in Windows 10. That's what I've heard. So as for output level, I don't think it would be the same going out USB versus XLR. And the reason why is because you have an internal analog digital converter versus using one built in to an interface. And you're going to have totally different gain. You're not going to be able to really know what it is when you're dragging the little USB meter across versus turning the knob for the gain on the front of the interface or sliding up the fader, whatever you happen to be doing. There we go. Instead of a cheap electric microphone, Blue and Newer, and such put in their mics. Okay, USB microphones with a large diaphragm capsule are in general very rare. Most are SDCs, yeah, small diaphragm condensers. Yep, that's right. Back in 2018, I thought it was the mic to go with. And that was before the Quadcast, and I wasn't into audio before that. Glad I got my Q2U for the normal $60 price point. I mainly got it for travel, but I also sometimes use it at my main setup via XLR, yeah. And via XLR, I like the way it sounds. Did make me want to upgrade even more. However, the K66, K6, what is that? My glasses. I've been acting up. What is it? K668? Or is that 66B? I don't know this model. I know it's probably a common one I should know. The K680 or 668, let's call it the K668, isn't good at all. Clips really easily, at least on a Mac. I've heard of it before. I don't know anything about it. Never tried it myself, though, so nothing about it on Windows. I couldn't do a Whisper Room similar. I like big open spaces. Yeah, me too. It actually, here's something that I'll probably at some point do a video about. Let me pause for a second and explain air. You don't always respect air. And it's not the same as just adding frequencies, like the presence boost you always see on mics. So sometimes they just go up and then come back down. Sometimes they go up and then they stay there and go completely off and boost everything in presence and air. The thing to understand about air is that it is extremely valuable for an open feeling. Air frequencies, here's what they do. If you stand in a big open room and you close your eyes and you just listen, the air around you actually has a high-pitched ring to it, a very high-pitched sound to it. If you go inside of a closet and you close your eyes and you listen, it's like those are rolled off. It's like you have a high pass, a low pass filter on them, and you just roll off everything above that. The reason why is because air actually has a sound to it. Now, I'm not talking about the actual sound of the air molecules bouncing off of each other. Now, here's a trivia question for you. If you wanted to measure the volume at which you would be able to, the noise floor level you would be able to hear the sound of air particles hitting off of each other, what do you think that would be? Negative 24 dB. If you were able to create an environment and had a microphone that was able to pick up a noise level of negative 24 dB, you would be able to hear the particles of air colliding into each other. It's a very quiet thing. But in a very quiet room, you do feel the openness of a room. And that's in the air frequencies. That's one of the ways that people who are deaf, they're able to hear the way that they're coming up on a room. Did I say deaf? I meant blind. If you're deaf, you wouldn't be able to hear it. But if you're blind, that's one of the tricks that they use spatial awareness of sounds and how the sound changes. So if they are walking, if they're in a big open room and they don't hear, and they hear the air frequencies, they're going to know it's a big open room. If they don't hear air frequencies on a certain side of them, they're going to say there must be a wall nearby. If they're inside of a very closed-in space, they're going to say, okay, well, I'm in a pretty closed-in space because there's not many air frequencies. Air frequency is undervalued a lot. And it's something that if you can hear, it's not the same thing as just saying, oh, I'm going to apply a little bit of air frequencies to my mix. Don't do that. Don't just boost it artificially. You don't want to kill it, though. Don't just roll off like YouTube. You're never going to hear air frequencies. That's one of the reasons why I haven't done them yet. Done a video on YouTube about air, because I wouldn't be able to demonstrate it very well with YouTube rolling off everything above 16,000 hertz. Now, granted, I probably could and just talk about the 14 to 16,000 hertz air frequencies. I guess I could. Yes, I think we're going to do that amount of water with the ZipFizz. Okay, we're going to do all of the ZipFizz into the one little bitty bit. We're going to do that. It is now time. I would go just and start sipping on this thing, but I want to go ahead and down this whole ZipFizz before it gets too late, because the last time I did a ZipFizz on the stream, actually the last 2 or 3 times I've done a ZipFizz on the stream, I'm wide awake for hours. And the last thing in the world I need to do is if I take a ZipFizz too late, then I'll lay there in bed and I'm like, what am I going to watch? So it completely drives me crazy because I'm just like wide awake, and I'm not like hyper. I'm able to stay still and not move, but I'm just wide awake. And it's because ZipFizz, if you look at it, has over 100% of the B12 you need in a daily basis. It is like a humongous boost of B12. It's amazing. Over 100% of your daily value. That is a dark color, isn't it? It's awesome. We're going to let this build up. This is going to... There we go. It's like a soda. I'm going to get this ZipFizz happening. So I've talked about air frequencies. Let me bounce back into this real quick. Lancy 10 subbed. Okay, thank you so much, Lancy. Welcome to the club here. All right. All right. Thanks, Ellen, for the advice and stuff. I'm going to keep going along with my Blue Yeti for now. See if I can soundproof the walls or something. And that will definitely help. Lancy 10. It will definitely help. That's the reason, the whole purpose of that video that I released on Monday was I keep being asked all the time. And so I did that video so that way I could just respond with that video and not have to answer the question about beginners with EQ anymore. If you have listened to enough sound and you know what you want, then you're not a beginner anymore. Then maybe we can start talking about what you should maybe adjust. But if you're a beginner, don't touch EQ. I'm so tired of hearing people like, well, I'm getting into sound. I've never really thought about it before. And I've listened to it on this microphone that's supposed to be a good microphone. And I don't know why. It just doesn't sound good. Listen to this and tell me what it is. I've tried playing with EQ and I'm doing face palming saying, why are you playing with EQ when you should be treating your environment? Well, I saw that if it's a boomy room, you can cut this frequency and it's going to improve it. Well, it doesn't help you if your room isn't treated. It's like me saying, well, I don't like the fact that the room has a really, really strong smell of burning. I don't know why it always smells like it's burning in here. It couldn't possibly be the popcorn that I overcook every time. So I think I know how to fix it. I'll add a candle. I'll add a nice candle from Yankee Candle and make it smell good. Oh man, it's not really making it smell good. I smell it in here, and it's definitely changing the smell, but it doesn't smell. It still smells like burnt popcorn. I'll try 2 candles. Oh, maybe it's the scent that's wrong. Maybe I'll change that up. It doesn't work. It does not work. You got to fix the environment first. That's the reason why I did that video, so that way I can just start forwarding it to people and saying, stop being crazy. Don't do that. Don't EQ if you don't know what you're listening for. Don't EQ for the sake of EQing. Hey, Lancy 10, the best mic in the world will sound terrible in untreated room. Look at this. Erin is recapping my video. The one I was just talking about. I should have just read on and let her handle it. On wild lines, for safety, you could record the impulse response in the actual room and then apply that later stuff recorded in the booth. Make it sound like the room. Yeah, like room tone used to be. You can very easily do that, Nathan. And that's the way it used to be, is that you would record the room tone and you would negate it out of the actual audio and then use it in phase to bridge gaps between audio. And you can use it to dial out some of the background noise and stuff or dial down it as needed. Soundproofing will make everything so much better. Don't cheap out on it. Make sure the stuff is you buy is flame retardant exactly, which this is, by the way. Insul Quilt is flame retardant. It's not. I mean, if you wanted to light it on fire, you could, but it's not a firewall material. But it would definitely. It's not gonna, if you hold a lighter to it, it's not supposed to just go like a Christmas tree. Keep doing research, and that's not why. Sure, buy the best pro suit for me. Okay. While I was thinking about redoing sound blocking too. For what I can tell, that's possibly going to take more work. Yeah, probably so. Larco skinning a wall would definitely do that. But I mean, if you want good soundproofing, that's the way to go. Scarlett, Focusrite Scarlett is what YouTubers go when they are get sick of people complaining about their blue snowballs. Yeah. Well, you know what? I was really, this is your daily dose of internet. I like his channel and how he puts together compilations, but I kept getting annoyed by his voice. Then he happened to, in the community tab one day, he posted a picture of his studio. People were like, "What? Where's your recording studio?" And it's just my desk. And it had a picture of a pretty, Spartan looking room. And it just had a blue snowball sitting on his desk. And I was like, that's the reason why I have not liked his sound. But, I'm sure he must be doing something right, because he's got, over 1 million subscribers. He's putting together clips is what his channel is doing. That's all his audience cares about, is him putting together his clips. Fine, more power to him. Doesn't have to invest in any good sounding audio. People aren't there for that. Basically, if your room sounds terrible, the first thing to do is treat the room. Yes. Lancy 10. Wrong drink. That's too heavy. This one's the one with Zip Fizz. Check the rest of Sound Speed's videos. His advice is best. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate the endorsement. Your check's in the mail. Yeah, I do half streaming and half YouTube content. Go XLR Mini has a lot of features for streaming. Good. And podcasted, yeah. I like Bandrew's channel. He does a lot of reviews of consumer audio gear for people to consider, and he does a really good job. He's about, if he hasn't already done it, earlier today he had not hit 200,000 subscribers. If he's done it now, I'm really pleased for him, because he is a very good guy. I like him a lot. Don't tell him I said that. If he's watching this replay, forget everything I just said, Banjo. I was under the, I can't even say I was under the influence of ZipFizz. I don't know what it was. Lack of ZipFizz. All right. Do you happen to know if most productions use UHF or VHF two-way radios on set? Looking to grab for a production. They want to be open and rent them out to small productions. That's very easy. UHF. Usually it's in the 480 area. You know how we have the lower brand, we have the normal block systems that we go by, but it's usually in the 440, at like the lowest realm. Usually it's in that frequency range, and usually they're not spread apart very far. When they coordinate, they do frequency coordination for them. Usually it's programmed in. I don't want to say with a crystal, but it's usually not a big deal. But usually it's UHF and it's lower frequencies. It's lower on the band that we have access to and use professionally for our wireless. Oh, that's a good flavor. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good flavor. There's a little bit more ZipFizzy juiceness. I gotta have it. I might add a little bit of water in there just so we can get it all out of there. But that is a good flavor. I still need to get the flavor, the combination that has like, what is it? All 14 of their flavors? Something like that. I need to get that one because that would be a really good one to get because I could try a different flavor on every stream. Some of them I know, some of them I don't. Most of them I don't because they normally don't sell variety packs, the ones that I get. I buy the bulk size, which is like $1 per tube. Awesome. Love me some ZipFizz. Now I'm going to be completely wired. Okay, he went off to bed. By the way, thanks for recommending the Q2U. I'm so happy with it. I hadn't watched your videos. I would have gotten a condenser mic for my untreated room. And a lot of other people say the same thing. It's not just me saying it. As a matter of fact, I'd never heard of the Q2U until Bandrew over at Podcastage. I was in his Discord server and I kept hearing people recommend it. And I'm like, what is this mic you keep recommending? Because, you got to keep in mind, I'm in a different world. Pro Sound is not, I'm used to Shep Cement 5Us and Sanken CS3Es, Neumann KMR 82Is, MKH 50 Sennheisers, Shep CMC 641s, DPA 4017Bs and 4018Cs and As, and all these kind of microphones. I'm not used to, what's the best $50 microphone? What's the best $100 microphone? What's a good one for an untreated space? I mean, a lot of those questions, when I first started doing sound speeds, I'm like, why would you want to, and I was questioning so many, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? And then I thought about it. I said, wait a minute, it's because people aren't shooting in recording studios. I've had a lot of, luxuries in that kind of environment and to be able to shoot in quiet environments and stuff. And they're trying to record from home. So I had to kind of put it in perspective as why people would do that and how. And that was one of the things that I had to think about. But yeah, good. Glad to have helped there, Peter. But a lot of that the Q2U was one that I heard of from Bandrew, and then I bought one and I listened to it and I played with it. I said, wow, this actually is surprisingly good. Heather Welsh, who has the Sunshine and Power Cuts podcast, I was actually a guest on her Sunshine Summit a week ago Sunday. So if you do a search for Sunshine and Power Cuts on YouTube, you will find it. And if you look at the first day of her Sunshine Summit, which was Sunday a week ago, what was it, the 9th? It was, the 9th. I was her guest on that episode. So she was the person that I would refer people to. If you want to hear a woman's voice on the Q2U, go listen to Heather. Well, she's upgraded now, but she used to be, if you listen to her older content, you can hear what she sounds like on the Q2U. And that would, she's got a very, very, pleasant voice to listen to. You'll just sit there and listen to her forever. So you could definitely listen to Heather if you want to get an idea of how the Q2U sounds on a female. Okay, let's see here. Night. Okay. Oh, well, you've reminded me, snow. I love the sound of the outside when there is tons of snow on the ground. It sounds serene. Love it. Yes, absolutely. And part of that is when it's colder outside, the air is denser and thicker. It's less active, and sound doesn't travel nearly as far. The sound will actually travel farther if it's warmer air, because you would think that because, you would say, oh, well, denser particles, that's got to be closer to like water or solid, right? And so it's got to move faster. Actually, it's the other way around. In air, if you're talking about particle spread like this versus particles that are excited and doing this number, the sound is going to travel through the particles that are more excited quicker. So it's going to travel better through a hotter air. But yeah, I love the sound of how quiet it gets outside in the snow. I love that. We had snow in Atlanta. We'll have snow like once every blue moon, every rare occasion. We'll probably have blue moons more often, honestly. I remember it was like 8 years ago. We had snow on Christmas here in the South, in Atlanta. I remember it started snowing, I think on Christmas Eve. Maybe it was Christmas Day, but I remember it was like, what? I can't remember the last time it had snowed on Christmas. And going outside, we had like snowpocalypse about 8 years ago. It was when I was working on the movie Cell with Samuel L. Jackson and John Cusack. I remember we were shooting at this bar, and they had Kurt Mellish, who's a meteorologist here in Atlanta, had reported that it was going to be a snowstorm coming in. Temperatures were going to be dropping midday. He had been announcing this for 2 days, and nobody thought about it as being a big deal until all of a sudden it was noon. And for whatever reason, the governor said, oh no, maybe it was the mayor, I can't remember. I think it was the governor, said, oh no, we need to close all the schools immediately. Send all the kids home from school. And so suddenly all the parents who were expecting to get home for their kids there had to suddenly leave work and run home to be there for their kids. All of Atlanta's streets were flooded with cars, normally about a 4-hour block time period of traffic, suddenly was on the road in the same 15 or 20 minutes. And what happened is our roads in Georgia are treated to withstand freezing for about an extra 10 degrees. So 32 degrees Celsius, an extra 10 degrees below that, so 22 degrees Celsius. Anything below that in water can freeze on our roads. But what ended up happening is midday, right around noon, we had the temperature go from, I think it was around 27, 28, dropping down to around 15 over about a 15-minute span. And at the same time, it happened to lightly mist outside. So what you ended up having was cars that were jammed on the streets were driving just fine. They would get caught in a traffic jam, come to a stop, the mist hit the ground, froze it into ice, and by the time a car drove forward again, another 8 or so feet, they'd hit the brakes and slide into the car in front of them. And so we had car collisions, traffic accidents all over the city. The entire city was basically turned into chaos. It was like Walking Dead on the side of the interstate because cars were spun out. You'd have cars that were just piled up on the side of the road in just different directions, and people were abandoning them because they didn't want to have somebody drive into them and skid out and slam into their cars because that was happening. So people were abandoning their cars on the streets. And if you looked at the news, if you do a search on YouTube for news reports of Atlanta freezing roads and stuff like that, people were making fun of us. They're like, look at the panic. Everybody crash collisions, over 1,000 traffic accidents in the first few hours. And you see this advertised all over the place and talked about. And you'll see these people make fun of us. And then they say, how much snow was there that hit the ground? 1/4 of an inch. And you see all these hosts that are shaking their heads like you can't drive in 1/4 of an inch. The difference is in the South, it's ice. I've been north. I've been in Minneapolis. I've been in Chicago. I've seen, I've been in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, when it was -19 with a -39 degrees wind chill. I was there. I saw the driving there. It's not the same as it is in Atlanta when the roads freeze over with black ice all over the place, because you'll be driving down the road with perfect ability to drive. You'll go down a hill, same thing, perfect. You level off again, perfect. Then all of a sudden, something you don't even see on the ground, all of a sudden you spin out. What was that? That was black ice. Ice that you can't see. It's called black ice because it blends in. You can't see it. doesn't discolor the ground or anything, doesn't make the cement or pavement look any different. It's just the way it is. And so, and it's deadly. And so as soon as things start to freeze over in Atlanta, you got to be very careful because you will spin out, you will hurt yourself or kill yourself. All right, enough tangents. Let's get back to the questions here. Sorry, I've been on a tangent here for how long? All righty here. Fresh USB interface, M Audio, Fast Track Ultra. It lasted 6 years and died a horrible death that resulted in digital feedback looping and blowing 4 speaker drivers. Ooh, wow. That's terrible, Ken. It's funny, but it's terrible. What mic are you using, if you haven't said already? By the way, do you think people about the Rode NT1 versus Sennheiser MK4 both seem to be great for the price, $300 price point? NT1 is probably one of my favorite voiceover microphones. MK4, it's a fine mic. It's a fine mic. If you're talking about for voiceover, I would choose the NT1 almost over any other mic probably that I have over there if I were trying to go for, unless I just want to grab my SM7B. I personally like it. Before I got into the whole YouTube game, I got the SM7B. I mainly got into it because I listened to a lot of voices online. I liked the fact that it was darker. I liked the fact that I felt like it would do well with my voice because my voice is not a deep voice at all. And so I bought it. I started using it. I was like, wow, this thing sounds really good. And then over the course of time, I realized that I like it better without the windscreen. And so if you look at my SoundSpeeds podcast, which is youtube.com/SoundSpeeds podcast, if you watch those, you'll usually see my SM7B without the windscreen on it. In my 32-bit floating point video recently that I did, aside from the fact that I did that when I was cottonmouth like I am right now, so a lot of the F's sound more like TH sounds, but it was one of those that you'll hear me usually when I use the SM7B, I'm using it without the windscreen on it, just because I like the way it sounds better. And you don't have to, kill it with plosives. So personally, I would go for the Rode NT1 over the Sennheiser MK4, but I'm going to look up the Sennheiser MK4 just to make sure that it's what I think it is. Yeah, I would choose the NT1. That's just me, though. It depends on the sound that you're going for, though. It is a fine mic. Look at Podcast MK4 mic review test. It's right there. His old school format, released on June 12th, 2018. So it's a 2-year-old review. Cool. All right, let's get back to chat. Sorry, I'm running behind here. He's using the T-Bone SC400. Oh, what mic are you using now? Oh, you were asking. Oh, sorry. I should read questions better. I should read things better. Oh, well, you did ask. What do I think of them? I've never used the MK4. I've seen and I've heard samples of it. I personally like the NT1 better. I like the NT1 really well. I have 2 of them. He's using the T-Bone SC400 right now. Yeah, I've never used either, but from what I've heard of them, they're both slightly prefer the sound of the NT1 look better too. Alan, can you do me a favor and make a video ranting about the Yeti so that I can send it to all of my VAs for a small project I'm working on? Safi Anamoid, I tell you what, I'm probably not going to do that video for the channel, but if you shoot me an email, and you ask me to do a rant about the Yeti, I'll do it. But I'm not going to release it on SoundSpeeds. If I do something about the Yeti at some point, I will throw it into another video. But I don't want to dedicate an entire video just to trashing the Yeti, because I think other people online have already done quite a good job of that. Especially if you're using with a Rode SMR shock mount. Okay, so tell them your burger joke. I should get the exact wording of it, Aaron. I'm going to tell the burger joke. I got to get this right because I don't want to accidentally botch the joke. Oh, geez, Aaron, we talk too much. I'm going back. Was it an email that you sent it to me in? I should almost say send it to me again. I want to get the words right. Because if I stumble my way through it, it's going to lose all of its comic effect. Do me a favor, Aaron. Shoot that to me again. I'll tell the joke live. But I don't want to start doing it and then stumble my way through it. And I don't want to sit here. What was it again? Because I'll totally botch the wording. But yes, I will tell that joke. X80 stamps. I noticed my NT1 kit doesn't come with an SMR anymore, but the SM6. Now you need to buy it separately now. What is the SMR versus the SM6? I don't actually know. Rode SMR, is it? Is that a shock mount? Oh, they don't come with that shock mount anymore? Wait a second. I remember seeing that. Yeah. Wait a second. SM6. So that's the different model of shock mount. I thought it still came with the what is it, SMR? I thought it still came with that one. I thought the NT1A came with the SM6. Man, I didn't realize they totally changed it up. I'm glad I got it when I got it. Because I like the Rode. I like the Lyre shock mounts and like the USM type a lot better than I like the kind with the elastic bands on it, personally. I remember Eldest playing along with the Snowball last night in voice chat. Yeah. And the Snowball was bass boosted voice meter. Yeah. One of the things we'll sometimes do in Discord is we will make the worst possible sound imaginable. And and we'll be laughing so bad. And Eldest Bro, who I don't think he's in here right now, but he did some really funny stuff. He brought out his blue Snowball. He turned on his DBX 286 compressor all the way wide open. He cranked up the volume all the way. He compressed everything as much as he possibly could. And then he would whisper at the other side of the room. And then he was doing all these sounds through it that just through the Snowball. I think he was actually using Voicemeeter Banana, and he was using software, VSTs and stuff to actually boost it, because now that I think about it, the Snowball would not go through the 286S because it's not a USB mic. He was boosting it though, and it just sounded like such garbage. I got into my mind around like 1 or 2 a.m. whenever it was that I wanted to try to declip and see if I could actually declip some ear rape. So I downloaded one of the ear rape clips off the internet that always kills me with laughter whenever I hear it. It's the Thomas the Train theme song, ear rape edition, which is just terrible distortion and there. And I did like a 40-minute process on it that it was just sitting there thinking about trying to declip, and it tried and it made it worse. It was so funny, and I just could not stop laughing. Anyway. Put any microphone right on the desk and it'll sound terrible, especially the Snowball. Yeah. A lot of times people will put the microphone too far away from themselves, and then they're going to have other sounds between them and their microphone, and it's going to sound like garbage. Bandry's still at 199K, says X80 stamps. For wireless, a Sony UWP D26 worth it going directly to camera, or should I save up for a better wireless system going to my Mix Pre 6? The UWP series, I used it for a bit when I was with Michael Wynn for a talkback system. He did have the Sennheiser G4 series. I don't know if it was exactly because of the frequency range or if it was because of the actual unit itself, but I remember there were some differences. The wiring for one, the wiring for a lav, you have the positive and negative reversed. So you can't use the same lav configuration for a G3 and then connect it up for the Sennheiser UWP. You can't, the Sony UWP, you can't do that. Another thing that was different was attenuation versus gain. On the G3 series, it was like, you're going to gain it up, 15 dB or 21 dB or whatever. But on the Sony, it was attenuation. So you think that you're adding, when you see the numbers go up, it actually gets quieter. So it's not like you're adding, when you go from 12 to 18 dB, it's getting louder 6 dB on the Sennheiser G3, but on the Sony UWP, if you go from 12 to 16 to 18 dB, it's actually attenuation. It's how much attenuation are you adding? So it's really weird in my opinion. But with regards to it, I remember that I remember it was a brighter sound. I remember liking the sound better on the UWP than on the Sennheiser G3. But I remember that the range was slightly better on the G3. But the walls that were fairly close to Crafty, the UWP would cast through that wall a little bit better. I remember Rachel, who was the person I did that live stream with, a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, what it was. She and I, we would tell her to run to Crafty real quick and grab something if they were putting food out, and she would run out there with the G3. As soon as she'd leave the soundstage door and go on the other side of the chicken wire or the hardware cloth and the concrete walls and stuff, we'd lose her. But on the UWP, we could get her if she was at the edge of Crafty, standing all the way like practically against the wall. We could hear her there. So food for thought there. But you could go into a MixPre 3 or you could go straight in on your camera and it should be fine. If you're going for something like the G3 or the UWP, it should be fine doing that. Except if you're going for best possible quality, then recording your MixPre, because the preamps on a camera are never going to be anywhere near as good as something like a MixPre. Never. Because camera makers are usually concentrating on what? We want to make a bigger, better chip. We got to make it be better we got to have more megapixels. We're going to do just whatever the case may be. They're not going to be prioritizing the quality of their preamps. The video that Baron released on my channel about a month ago, if you look at that one, he tests the preamps on his camera. And when he did that, he came to find out that people usually say, take your preamps all the way down. And if you do that, you're going to have the best possible response because it gets very noisy on a preamp on a camera if you start adding gain to it. But people usually say, take it all the way down. Well, if you took it all the way down in his case, then he actually found a big spike there. But as soon as you went from 12 dB down to 11 dB, the noise level completely dropped, even though it was adding 1 dB more of gain. From negative 12 to negative 11, the noise floor dropped tremendously. So he says, if you have this camera, then you might want to start at negative 11 versus a negative 12 because it's a lower noise floor. And it took up to negative 8 or something like that, dB, negative 9, something like that, before it actually equaled the same amount of noise floor despite the increased gain as you would run into on negative 12. So you might want to watch that video if you have I thought Baron did a good job with it, and it really, sparked some, thoughts about camera preamps. So if you want to ever test your camera preamps, consider doing what he did and test your camera preamps to see how good they are. And then saving for one that works with a MixPre 6. Well, you can make the UWP work with MixPre 6. If you're talking about the MixPre, wait a minute, did you say MixPre 3 or 6? Because yeah, you did say MixPre 6. So yeah, you could go straight out and you could just get the cable that actually goes in XLR. I would say go line out of the receiver. Don't go mic level out, but you should be fine either way. Was planning to go UHF. Romer 3 Bandrews Discord, yeah. Yeah, UHF is definitely the way to go. More exciting particles can have their excitement be augmented more easily, yeah. Speaking of weather, does it get hot in sound booths? Oh, yes, it does. Wondering how it could keep cool. Well, think about it. I want you to think about it. What is usually used in sound booths for acoustic paneling, acoustic isolation and absorption? It is insulation. So if you're talking about insulation being used on the inside of a booth, that's let's just say it's a little on the spacious side. You build something out of medium density particle board, and let's say you have a 4 foot wide by 4 foot 5 booth, 4 foot booth by 4 foot booth. If you're inside of that and you have yourself, let's say 4 inches of insulation on the inside, that insulation does the same thing that your house does. It does the exact same thing. So if it's hot outside, like in the South right now, it's 100 degrees, or not quite because we keep having rain that knocks it down and cools it off, which is nice. But if you're hot on the inside of that thing, speaking constantly, and you're getting all energetic and doing whatever you're doing, it's going to be hotter on the inside as you're working out, as you're moving your arms around and you're active and you're speaking, and it's going to get very, very hot because you also operate at a temperature of 98.6 degrees. And if your booth is absorbing all of that and keeping it all inside, and you get hotter and hotter and hotter, it's going to get hotter, which is going to make you hotter, which is going to make the booth hotter. Then it's going to be a vicious cycle. So that's one of the reasons why you need to actually constantly hydrate yourself. If you look at my most recent video, the one that I did the rant on, I did not like, wouldn't you know it? I'm in the middle of a live stream and my nose start itching. I don't know why that always happens whenever I do this. It never happens any other time. But when I was doing that video, if you look at my intro took me about half an hour to get right, just because I kept changing it up on the fly. And that's a typical thing for me, is I'll constantly play with the words. I'll say, I don't like the word was. I'd rather it be is or whatever. And I'll change it over and over and over and over until I'm happy with it. Then I'll move on. And one of the things that you'll notice is that after the intro, the first time you see the little blue expansion circle come flying out, after that, you'll start to see that my face gets more and more splotchy throughout the course of the video. Because it is summer, we do have insulation in the house and in the walls, but at the same time, I'm inside of a very acoustically treated space at this point now. I mean, these are very, very good. And I have Owens Corning 703 fiberglass insulation in front of me on panels. And I have all this insulation around me. And I get on the inside of the thing and I start talking. I get all worked up and built up. And then I start getting hot. My face gets splotchy. And so you see it over the course of the video. If you watch the intro, my face will look pretty normal. And then over the course of the video, which is only about 4 or 5 minutes long, 5.5 minutes long, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, whatever it is, you'll see my face get more and more splotchy because I'm starting to get hot. And I forgot to bring in a second water bottle. I just brought in just a water bottle that was up to here. And so I drained that within the first 30 minutes of screwing up. And then I was like, okay, great. So I've had snow on Christmas multiple times. Jeez, are we already back there? Yeah, we're like 15 minutes, or we're 20 minutes behind in chat. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can speed up this. I had snow on Christmas multiple times. It's a thing about where I live. Yeah, I live down south, so it doesn't snow here nearly as much. MK4 replace AT4040 for spoken word. Sounds great, but the NT1 is in stock at Tillman, so I'm giving it a try. Might just keep both. Yeah, it's a great mic. It's the NT1 is a great mic. I've never owned an MK4. I don't see a reason that I would buy one at this point, though. I don't think I'm going to buy any microphones anytime soon. People, I turned down almost everything I'm ever sent, or that I'm ever offered, even a lot of products at this point, just because I'm trying to concentrate more on educational stuff than just doing reviews. Even though I know I have been told many times doing reviews is what helps to get attention put on your channel. That's fine. You guys are here. If I have you, what more do I need, right? Do I need to have 7,500 subscribers that are happy about being here? Or do I need to do a whole bunch of reviews of consumer products just for people to potentially find my channel and not know what in the world I'm saying otherwise? I'm a weird guy. I'm not going to be relatable to a lot of people. So, I got you guys here. That makes me happy. I've owned so many dynamic microphones, PR40, BR40, RE20, but surprisingly never had an SM7B. For studio work, switched over condensers, and they just pick guitar and vocals nicely. Yeah. Which would you rather fight, a 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck? Okay, there's a question for you. I would say one horse-sized duck, and here's why. 100 duck-sized horses. Horses are pretty heavy and they're beefy, and I would not want to be mean and beating up 100 little creatures. If it was a full-size creature like a big-sized duck, I would much rather fight one thing that would at least stand a chance versus me being mean and kicking or whatever 100 little bitty horses, because that would be really mean. But at least a duck that was my size and big and whatever else would have it would hurt, with its beak and stuff, but at least it would have a fighting chance. And if it beat me, which it very well could if it was psycho, like a lot of ducks are when they get mad, then, you know, I would at least rather if I'm going to beat up an animal, if I have to beat up an animal, if that's really the question is which would I rather fight, 100 little bitty creatures or one big size creature, I'd rather it be one that would at least potentially beat me and and stand a chance. Because I mean, even if it was one big or one little, I would still rather it have a fair chance. So, fair fight. Jeez. Plus, in all honesty, if I had a chance, I wouldn't want to hurt an animal. If the duck were just crazy and whatever, I would probably try to just get it in a headlock and stop it, from trying to fight me. And I would have it, I would just stop it because I wouldn't want to actually hurt it. I don't like hurting things. I don't like hurting animals. I'm a second degree black belt, but out of practice at this point because I haven't done it actively in years. But I'll tell you this. Even when I was training in it and I was teaching it full time, I told many people this. The more you learn, the more you actually fear your abilities. I may not be actively in practice in it, and I may not be able to do some of the whirlwind kicks and stuff anymore. Part of that's also me being in my 40s, and I'm not in my 20s anymore. I still remember quite a bit of it, though. And I know that if I were grabbed, it wouldn't be as easy for me to get out of things as it would be when I was like in my prime and like, extremely awesome shape and just in my 20s and, extremely muscular and just, on top of everything about that. I'm a lot older now. And what I would try to do is I would try more of a getting out of it type thing. But I remember telling people many times when I was actively training in like reaction and response times and stuff, where one of the things that I taught was like lethal attack training and stuff. And I would say, just go from a relaxed position, arms by your shoulder. You can't look like you're tense and about to snap. And let's just have a casual conversation. And what I would do is I'd have a student stand up in front of me, and I would say, relax, look normal. And then when you would hear me go, hut, or something like that, I would want you to punch the pad. So go from absolutely nothing to snap punch into the pad. And I said, as long as it's an aggressive type noise, it doesn't matter if it's a hut or if it's a something like that. It's the aggression that I'm showing is your response to react. And sometimes I'd have someone sitting up there in front of me for a sec. I'd be talking to them for a couple of moments, expecting them to jerk, and then I would say, no, don't just do this all like this, and then they would quickly snap. And that was part of the training I would do. I would do all these really cool little tactics that were designed to train people's response times, and that was one of the things that I did in order to train people to better their reaction times. And that type of training actually did a number on me, because when I first moved out and I got my roommate, which was a high school friend of mine named Bill, he's a police officer now. But when we first moved out, we moved into a place that he was in the master bedroom. I was in this bedroom in the back, and right next to the bedroom, there was a door off the back that kind of went into this like little entry. So it was a back door. If I wanted to leave, I could, but I never did. And then on the other side, that was the laundry room. It was isolated by a couple of doors. Well, I was training reaction time and all these, you turn off the lights and then, stand in a circle and say, the instructor would point at somebody or tap somebody. And if I were walking on the outside of a circle and there was somebody on the inside, they would be there with their eyes closed, for example. And if I walked around and I tapped someone's shoulder, and that means that that's the person that's going to randomly jump out at the person that's in the center. And they would try to grab, and the person in the middle would have to deflect or something like that. So if there was a lot of little tricks like that, there was reaction time stuff. There was things that we would have a fight pad, and we would have someone come up and then jump round kick, and then they would then have to jump over to a 1/4 position around the bag, and then throw a roundhouse kick again, and then jump over to another 90 degrees around it, and then kick again, and then jump over again. And so you would actually have someone that would take the first kick this way, and the pad would be at the exact opposite from somebody who was standing on the other side of the pad. They'd kick off of each other at the same time. So the bag wouldn't kick way over and then snap back. You would have two people kick it at the same time. Jump over, kick, jump over, kick. And so they would constantly kick, and then you would have people rotate in and out real quickly. A quick cardio drill where you would do 4 kicks, and then you would snap and jump around the thing. Little tricks like that we would do. I don't remember how we got into this conversation, but I was training my reaction time so quickly and aggressively at work, teaching martial arts, that when he would try to go through and do laundry, I told him, announce yourself before you walk through to do laundry. It's fine. If I'm asleep, you're not going to wake me up. But just when you knock on the door to come in, don't just walk in, or I'm likely to attack you in my sleep. And he didn't believe me. So he opened up the door and started walking in with his laundry, thinking he was going to sneak through. And in my sleep, I don't remember doing this at all. In my sleep, I sprung up and threw a kick at him, and he saw me getting out of the bed, and he jumped. He jumped actually across the room into my closet. And he said that I threw the kick, and I stood in the room, and I was just dead quiet, like listening. And so he was quiet, and his heart was racing, he said. And he then said, hey, bro, I'm just going to go through and do some laundry. And he decided to announce it. And I was quiet for a moment. Then I got back in bed, laid down, and was back asleep. And at that point, he got up, he got his laundry, went into the laundry room, and did his thing. After that, he told me the next day, he's like, dude, you jumped at me last night. I said, I did? I was all of a sudden like panicked. I was like, oh man, I attacked one of my friends. And he said, no, I was walking through, I didn't announce it. I was like, oh, because, I'd had that, since he was a new roommate, I'd never lived with him before. In my sleep, I didn't know what his sounds, the sounds of someone sneaking into my room sounded like. And in my sleep, I just naturally just woke up and, and I was asleep the whole time. I don't remember any of that. But then I have, in that time, I also had a hyper awareness and did things in my sleep. We would we had stadium seating set up, and I had a big TV. I had a big speaker system because at the time I was a DJ. And in the front, we would always watch movies. We had a sofa in the front. We'd have a love seat in the back with 2 armchairs on the side, on the second layer. And I would always go to sleep on the sofa. We'd be watching a movie. I'd jump in the shower. I'd get out and come in there, and I'd sit down. I'd sit on the sofa, and he would sit behind me on the love seat or one of the armchairs, and we would be watching TV or a movie. And then I would usually transition to start laying down on the sofa, and then I'd end up dozing off. And then finally the movie would end, and I'd go to sleep, and he'd go to the master and sleep, and I'd go to my room and sleep. And there were times that I would wake up, and I was like, dude, why am I sweaty? I feel like what is up with this? I feel crazy. I'm gunked up. He said, well, dude, you just went jogging. I'm like, what do you mean I just went jogging? I said, I got out of the shower a little while ago. I've been in here. He said, no, you actually told me for whatever reason, about half an hour ago, you got up. You went and got your shoes on. I said, where are you going? You said, I'm going to go jogging around the block, which I never did. We had a treadmill. And for whatever reason, he's like, oh, okay. And I went jogging, and I came back 10 or 15 minutes later and, jogged around the block. And I kicked the shoes off and laid back down on the sofa. And then I wake up and I'm like, geez, I need to take a shower again. What's going on? He said, well, you just jogged around the block. Another thing I did is I made nachos in my sleep. I used to make nachos like every night. I'd go in there, I'd lay out my chips all nice. I'd either grate cheese, or I'd put this special this cheese that I liked from the store, grocery store, and I'd put it on there. And I'd put hot sauce on there, and I'd grind pepper and do everything like that. I'd eat the nachos, and then I'd usually put the plate on the ground in this one spot, so that way I wouldn't put my feet on it. And there were times that I would be watching movies. I'd go from the transition of sitting up to leaning back to laying down, and then I'd fall asleep. Well, when I would fall asleep, I would do random things in my sleep. And one of the things I would sometimes do is I'd get up and make nachos in my sleep. And I would go and make nachos, sit down, and just start chowing down. And then, all of a sudden, I'd wake up and I'm like, geez, I didn't think, I feel full. Why do I feel full? And then I would see the plate on the ground. I'm like, was that there from last night? He's like, no, dude, you just made nachos. I'm like, I did? And that was the way I was when I was training in all of this and this stuff. So I don't remember exactly how I got off on this tangent, but there you go. Oh, I think it started from the whole conversation that Schmatz12 asked me, which would I rather fight? I would rather have a fair fight with a creature that could potentially fight me back and beat me. But I know the reason why I mentioned this is because my philosophy has always been that I would much more likely be beaten in a fight because I wouldn't fight back if there was a chance of me hurting the person. Because I mean, like if you now I've been attacked on the street before. I was attacked in the street in New Orleans. I was 20, about 2 or 3 months away from being 21. And, let's just go ahead and, tell stories, I guess. My mom used to go on certain vacations for her work. And when she would do this, she was an executive at her company, and she would be sent out on these really nice work trips. And when she would go out to places like Chicago or New York or something, sometimes she would say, they would give her a room, and it would be sometimes double occupancy would be included. So she'd say, "Alan, do you want to come along?" And I'd say, "Sure." So she'd buy an airplane ticket, and I would be let loose upon the city for the day. And she would usually say, "Oh, here's $100, go out and enjoy the city," because she would know that I'd never been there before, or that I love the city. And so she'd give me, $100, and here I am, a high school student. I'm like 17, or probably like 18, something like that. And I was in college at the time. So I was 20 years old and living at home while I was there, going to school. And I was in New Orleans with her. We were staying at the Bourbon Orleans Hotel. And she asked me to go out and grab a half gallon of milk because we were going to be there for a few days. I said, sure. And I had never been to the city before. And so I didn't know where to go. And I think she told me that off of like Royale Street or something, there was this little bitty shop on a corner, and you can find it. And it's a little place. You might know where I'm talking about. I now know how to get there from the Bourbon Orleans Hotel. I've been there enough now to New Orleans. But I didn't know at the time. And so I just started walking around the streets, and I got lost. There was a street that I went down, and people had always said, don't go down alleys and that kind of thing. But I happened to be, I stopped and asked someone, where's this convenience store that I can buy some milk at and some light groceries? And they said, oh yeah, you have to go down there, then turn right, and then go this way, and you should be fine. I said, okay, cool, no problem. So I did that, exactly what he said. Now, when he sent me down that alley, I looked at it and I said, that's an alley I've been warned against going into alleys. I don't see anything. I think it'll be okay. So I went down the alley, and then I continued along the turns and everything that I was supposed to go to. I ended up with the milk, and I think it was just milk, because I think that now that I think about it, I think it was just milk that I was there for, because I remember having it only the milk in the hand. So maybe she sent me for something else and they were out of it. Don't remember those exact details. But on my walk back, I went the exact opposite way. And when I hit that alley again, I remember looking around behind me, and I didn't see anybody. So I started walking down the alley. As soon as I started walking down this alley again, I heard footsteps starting to fall in line with mine, coming from behind. They weren't there before when I glanced around, so it was someone that was probably waiting for me to go back by and had been watching. And they started walking in line with me, and I started to hear them closing in slowly. They were careful, so obviously they had done this before. I did not know who this person was. I knew they were not a friend if they were sneaking up on me, though. I had the milk in my left hand. And there was, and as I walked forward and I felt the person get right behind me, I stepped onto my right foot when the person was right behind me and probably either about to stab me or about to whatever. Because another thing that I could have done is if the person, one of the tricks that you can also use is throw something up in the air to distract or something like that. And you can use that as a distraction. So since I had the milk in my hand, if it was somebody there, I could have easily thrown it up in the air and the person would have whatever. Or you grab you have the wallet and you throw the wallet in the air, that distracts the person, and then you could attack or whatever, depending on what the situation was. But whatever, when the person was stepping in close enough, and instantly my mind went to, they're going to bear hug me, they're going to tackle me, they're going to do something. So as soon as the person came up right behind me, close enough, I stepped onto my right foot, and I turned and snapped back and kicked at knee level with a low snap side kick with my left leg, followed up with a reverse punch right to the philtrum. The reason the philtrum, which is this, the septum, the bone right here, the philtrum is the little folding part right there. But that part right there, people always say go for the nose. That's cartilage. You break the nose, people can still move and attack. But if you snap the philtrum hard enough, think about the design of a skull. You have a little bone that goes down here on both sides, then one that goes through the middle. If you hit that Filtrum the wrong way, it's technically the right way, but if you hit it right there and you do it the right way hard enough, what you end up doing is you snap the bone inwards. It puts pressure outwards from the cheek, which can snap that bone too. That was something that when I hit their knee with the snap kick, I felt a pop in their knee, and the person dipped forward. And right as they dipped forward, that's when my fist caught him. The person, all I know is after that, as soon as my fist connected with him in the Filtrum, I turned and ran. And the person was wailing, screaming there as I ran away. But the person, if they were approaching me, like I said, I knew they were not a friend. They were not someone that would say, hey, 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 or something like that. Like everyone in New Orleans that wants you to pay for a song or something like that. The person was sneaking up on me. The person was coming directly up behind me. I knew they were not a friend. And so I turned, kicked their knee, and then hit him in the Filtrum, and then ran. That's one of the 2 times I can recall ever really having to defend myself. And luckily, I was very much in martial arts at that time. I could still do it now, but it would not be nearly as smooth, and I would be a lot sloppier about it. But the other time I was driving back at like 3 o'clock in the morning, it was actually my birth. No, it wasn't. That was a different story, but it wasn't a mugging. I was driving in my car. I always lock my doors, but it was like 3 a.m. I was coming back from a movie theater, and I stopped in an area of a town that's not the best. It's not the best area of town, but I did stop there regardless at this traffic light, and it was just red for a long time, and there was a person standing on the side of the road, and I saw them waving their hands around, and I kept my eyes forward. And the person came up and started waving their hands around, topping the glass and doing everything, and started to lean forward around the front. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, turn green, turn green, turn green. And then, for whatever instantly brilliant moment this person had, they decided to try to open up my car door. And despite the fact that I always lock my car door, for whatever reason, that night I didn't. And so, since the car door opened, and the person opened the door and instantly started stepping in, I didn't know anything about this person. Again, I know they were trying to get my attention. They were tapping on the window and whatever, and I was playing dumb looking forward. As soon as that door opened and they stepped in, though, since my right foot was already on the brake, I turned and reverse punched right into their stomach. And he went, and doubled over, fell backwards. I hit the gas and flew through that red light. It was in the middle of the night. No one was around. I wasn't the least bit worried about it, but that was not something I was about to play with. Someone that opened up my car door and was stepping in. Those are the 2 times in my life I've ever had to defend myself. And both of them were done in my very much martial art days. So anyway, two fun stories for you there. Okay, let me get back into answering questions here, because God only knows how long I was talking about that. So AT40, pretty nice. Okay, what am I talking about? Sent you an email. Oh, that's right. Okay, so Erin sent me that joke. Let me tell her joke real quick. Customer, can I have a kilo of beef steak, please? Butcher, sure, here you go. Customer, these are burgers. Butcher, yeah, I know, I EQ'd them. So there you go. Awesome joke. Hopefully I did it justice, Erin. I will copy and paste it into the chat here, so that way you can see this wonderful joke that she told me. And let me see if I can hit space on this. Oh, garbage. It put it all in line, but whatever, you still get the idea. Okay, so she sent me the email. AT4040 is pretty nice, so if a microphone can replace it, it's definitely a good one. Okay. No declipper is perfect. My computer just worked itself and had to restart. Came back and Alan is talking about ear rape Thomas the Tank Engine. What on God's green earth did I miss? Well, that's the reason why I leave DVR on with it whenever I do my episode, so you can go back and who knows what I'm going to say next. That's the thing. That's one of the reasons why people were always like, definitely pay attention to the live streams when you're here. Why did you make it go private as soon as the thing had aired, which I used to do? I now leave my live streams up for 3 days so people can catch it if they missed it, because people are all over the world. You might not be able to tune into the stream like people in Europe and stuff. So if you're gonna miss my live stream, then at least you if you want to play catch up, you can. Who knows what I'm gonna say next? I mean, I've been talking for 2.5 hours now, but I'm now under the influence of ZipFizz, which is a wonderful thing. For sure, me, the MK4 is smoother on the low end and the high end frequencies and less nasally dark. Okay, it's pretty much settled. RE20 after trying most of the broadcast demos. That's Larko. He's an RE20 fan. I do like the way it sounds, but it doesn't do me any justice because I prefer darker microphones. The SM7B is darker than RE20, which is much brighter. And so it doesn't do me any favors. It makes me sound way too sibilant. And it's going to make me sound all harsh. And I don't want that. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Hey, thanks very much for coming in. You're already been gone for, I guess, 20 minutes, 30 minutes now because I've been blabbing so much. Sorry. Stay until caught up past this point in chat. All right, probably going to do the same. Canon DSLR is probably the worst preamps ever, probably. Mix Pre 6 is awesome. I love it. I use it all the time on my channel. I'm using it right now, you know. I'll give NT1 a try for voiceover. So the price comes with a shock mount. MK4 doesn't. 4 dBA self noise is really a huge pro. Yeah, it is. I told the story in one of my last streams. I was doing a test for, this is like 2 years ago. I was doing just playing around because if I'm going to talk about something, I want to have at least some experience doing it if it's something I'm not familiar with. And so I decided to do some research on ASMR so at least I would have an opinion about it. And in doing so, I was recording a stereo ASMR video and trying my hand at it and seeing what was going on. Ultimately, I wasn't happy with the results because I wasn't able to control the air conditioning. It was in the middle of the summer and my wife and daughters needed it. And so it was on in the house, which brought the noise floor up too high. But regardless, it was still low enough that I was sitting there, I went quiet, and I heard car engines racing by the house. And then I heard squealing tires. My house it comes around a slight curve this way in front of the house. Then it curves that way. Then it curves that way. Then it goes down a hill, curves this way, and then curves back. And I heard squealing tires. And then I heard squealing tires. Then I heard squealing tires, long squealing tires, and then bam, into a house. Looked in the online forum for my neighborhood, and there was someone saying, "Oh, if you heard that was somebody had lost control of their car and crashed into the house." Okay, no problem. Next day, I was out riding my bike, drove by their house, and I looked at it, and it was a long, like the house it was right on the curve, and someone had apparently just caught it at the wrong angle. They had gone right in up. It's not the curb that they hit. They actually went into someone's driveway. And then off the driveway into the grass for about 30 feet and then hit the side of their garage. It wasn't front on into the house. It was the side. And when that happened, they went straight into the garage and destroyed, a big chunk. So I was recording and I heard all of that, but it didn't really, ring a bell. But when I saw it, I said, wait a second, there's just something that doesn't feel right about this. I went back to the house and I listened to the audio. I took a picture of that house. And then I went back and I looked at the picture while I listened to the audio clip, and then it hit me. The last squeals happened up until the moment of impact in the house. The only reason I was able to hear it because the NT1s were up they were gained up a lot, and they have a very low noise floor. So even though the AC was on in the house, it was high enough to destroy an ASMR, but it was not high enough to destroy the ability to gain the thing way up and hear the background noise. And I said, wait a second, I'm hearing squealing tires up until the moment of impact in the house. And so I posted in the online forum saying, hey, does anybody happen to have a Ring camera, security camera footage or anything of at 2:32 or 2:33 a.m. last night? And I said, don't post it here, but send me a message privately. And I got a message with a video in that. Sure as the world, you see, it's confirmed my suspicion. You see headlights, 2 headlights clearly go by one after another. And that confirmed what I was suspecting, because when I listened back to it, I also was listening deeper and I heard 2 different sets of squealing tires. So the reason I heard squealing tires into the moment of impact is because whatever the front car was trying to obviously outrun the car that was behind him. They took that last curve, they skid off on the road, so the other car behind him continued to skid, and they straightened up on the road at the moment of the first car's impact, because it could not have It could not have slid through 30 feet of grass and still made that squeal noise. based on that, we have a police officer that lives in the neighborhood. I reached out to him and said, I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this. I sent him the video. I sent him my audio recording, and I sent him the picture, and I said, what do you observe here? And he came back to me, and originally, I don't think he completely understood what I was saying. But then when I kind of pointed it out to him, he said, I think we have a case of street racers. So he said, thanks for pointing this out. I'm going to get on this. And it ends up being that a few days later, he reached out to me and said, yeah, the people that crashed into the house ran. Originally, they ran because they were kids, and they were concerned that they had crashed into a house, and they got nervous. But then they realized that it was just going to get worse if they really ran away. So they came back, and they admitted to it. And they decided, I guess, at that point that they were going to say that they were just, the lost control of the car. But as soon as they were questioned about racing, because we actually had a whole lot of issues with street racers up and down the road right outside the house, and it's not safe when that happens. There's a lot of very souped up cars that go out there, and you'll hear them, just racing like crazy, and police in the area know it's not safe to throw down spike strips or chase them, because these are souped up cars, and they'll go racing. So when we knew that they were racing on the street, I was like, well, if you got somebody that was caught in that, as soon as I learned that it was street racing that happened in our neighborhood, and there's a lot of kids in our neighborhood, even though it was in the middle of the night, I still sent that message out to the police officer. They questioned them, came back, and they said, yeah, they were racing. So they got a little bit more information about the people they were racing against. And since then, we have not had a street racing happen on our street. So I consider that a win. That was 2 years ago. So NT1, we were talking about the self noise. Also in the camcorders. Fluff noise inside of a booth, ISO. Fun fact, Alan is currently sitting on a block of ice. No. Especially if you have a computer inside a booth. Yeah, exactly. If you have a computer inside of a booth, that's when you want to kill the fans. Definitely kill the fans, because if you're just sitting there with a Word document or a notepad or something of the like, you're not running high graphics. You can turn off the fans. I don't know how to do it on a Mac, but I do know that there's a program you can put on your computer called SpeedFan. I have it on my computer here, and what it does is it allows you to it runs at anything that is not a switched fan. So if you have a switch that's like low, medium, or high on the front of your computer or the side or something, and you have to manually switch that, it's not going to control that. But anything that is controlled by the motherboard, like my computer has 5 fans that are not that are controlled by the motherboard. If I bring up SpeedFan, it will show me all 5 of those fans and say, "Hey, check this out." And from there, they always start at 50%. I can take them, zero them out, and then instantly they will go quiet, and you won't hear them. Anytime I live stream, except now, which I'll kill them now, and you're not going to hear a difference because I'm using a gate on the DBX286S. But real quick, actually, if I'm going to do this, I should, let me just make sure. Okay. I'll show you SpeedFan real quick if you're not familiar with it. Where is it? It is live. Let's go right here. Sorry about that. Right there, completely jacking up the screen. Okay, so SpeedFan, if I go SpeedFan right here, booyah, I'll bring it up. It detects the computer. I can then go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And if you're looking at this and saying, why are some of them low and some of them are on fire? Well, it's not actually. What it ends up being is that the sensors were actually reversed. Like, look at this. This is not negative 198 degrees Fahrenheit and negative 76. The computer, when we got it, had a couple of the fans reversed. And so I know what they are now, and I'm not the least bit concerned with them. But if I want to take them all the way up, you'll see the numbers. Oops, not 100. Let's go 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. And now you can't hear it. If I disabled the compressor, you might be able to, or the noise gate, you might be able to. But you'll see the numbers now. It'll start to slowly cool off a little bit. But if you're just doing something simple like this, there's no big deal. If you're just doing something inside of a vocal booth, it's no big deal. You don't need to really care about this. But what I know personally from looking at this is, if I want to zero out all the fans, just go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and the fans are all now quiet again. You can see the RPMs on those. So there you go. Let's jump back over here to cam only. That's an idea for you, though. Speed fan, though, will kill that. So sorry about the expanding view or whatever. Okay. Let's see. Let's play catch up here. Okay. You're the best. Thanks very much, Rafe. Fun fact, an Allen outputs an average 0.4 gigawatts of heat and a whopping 1.21 gigawatts of heat after snorting a Zip Fizz. I've never snorted a Zip Fizz. Nor would I. I do have a funny story, though. Back in high school, I dated a girl that was in the orchestra, and she went on an orchestra trip, and they had stopped at a McDonald's or someplace, and this one girl that was in the class also got a whole bunch of Sweet and Lows. And you know how when you charter a bus, they had the fold down seat in front of you? Well, this one girl decided for whatever reason to open up a whole bunch of Sweet and Lows and put it on top of the thing and made this big pile. And she got a straw, and she was going to snort the Sweet and Low. And the orchestra teacher, who was this really cool guy, I won't name him, but he goes walking up and down, and they're like big eyes, thinking that he's going to think that they're snorting cocaine or something back there. He walks by, he looks down, sees the big, her hands around that. He lifts up her hands, sees the big pile of Sweet and Low underneath that, and her eyes are looking big at him. He just kind of looks at that, looks back at her, and then continues on down the way. And, it's so funny. She's like, I was sure that I was going to get busted for that. But, you got to think about it. If she was actually doing drugs, it wouldn't have been that way. And knowing what I know now, looking back at it, it was probably that she had all the trash Sweet and Lows, from dumping them all and making this big pile. She probably had them all crumbled up right there, and he probably saw the big pile of Sweet and Low wrappers and just instantly said, okay, so she's hiding it, thinking that I'm thinking it's going to be drugs. But he knew better. Anyway, funny story. She did it, and she was talking about, but never actually snorted this Sweet and Low. There's a funny story from you from 25 years ago. Okay, back in the era when you could do funny stuff and, it wouldn't end up on TikTok with millions of views, making you look like a druggie and part of cancel culture or whatever. Okay, let's see. Reviews or not, thanks for the educational videos, though, getting into filmmaking stuff, and you're very helpful. Thank you. Ducks are yummy. I'm not a fan of duck. I've had duck before when I was in the UK. I've had it in various different places. I'm not a fan of duck. Oh, always knew Alan was Batman. Those are killer moves. Well, thank you. It's one of those things where if it was not someone that I was confident was going to be attacking and not doing something, I probably would have just dealt with whatever it was. But as soon as you go life-threatening and stuff, it's one of those things I'm not about to play games with that. Oh no. Jeez. Are you kidding me? A big booger hanging out of my nose for 20 minutes by the time I see this. Great. Let me see. I don't know. I don't see anything. Great. You gotta love it. Okay, that's all right. I mean, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? If your opinion of me has changed because I've been just blabbing away for so long talking, if your opinion of me has changed because I had a booger inside my nose that was overly excited about flying, then that's fine. You can change your opinion. That is perfectly fine. If not, be amused, and there you go. Eldest, okay, so Eldest has shown up in here. It's now been 29 minutes since Eldest popped up in here. And imagine if I say kidding 20 minutes later. Okay. So were you kidding? I don't know if you were or not. But if you were, awesome. But yes, you're right. You could very easily say anything. You could easily say anything to me, and I would probably. I'm also a very trusting person. I'm very gullible, people will say. But, part of that's because I'm trusting. And, I'm not the least bit self-conscious. People always tell me, they're like, aren't you concerned? You should shave your head. I'm like, why? Like, because I'm like, my head is very awkward shaped. If I shaved my head would be a weird lump thing and just, it wouldn't look right. And they're like, well, no. If you shave it, you wouldn't see the bald spot. I'm like, why do I care about a bald spot? I was like, I'm not the least bit self-conscious about that. I am very much, I know myself. I know I don't have looks, so I have personality. And I hope that my personality is one that is somewhat appealing. I mean, if you're watching this live stream or you're watching it later, then I'm hoping that at least that's something you've dialed on and you appreciate. Because if not, then I don't know why you're here. It's my, I am who I am. There's nothing. When I met my wife, I had one of my friends had convinced me to put up a personal online because he said, you don't have to do it for dating. Just put it up there to meet people, to meet new friends and stuff like that. And I love people, in general. So I'm like, oh, that's a cool idea. He had done it and he had met some really awesome people. And I was like, really? And he is like an Iron Man. He's like a workout fiend, and he wanted to be in the Iron Man and, race. And he was constantly working out. He's a model, and he's Chinese too. So he was always great shape, a model, and, women fell all over him. And he's like, I just did it to expand my network of friends. I'm like, cool idea. Well, I put it out there and did it. And I did not want to, put it out there in such a way where I would make it feel like a dating thing, but I put it out there just in general because I said, the kind of person I am, I want people to know instantly the kind of person I am. And so I put it out there and said that the way I am right now is the way I'm going to be in 50 years. I'm not going to bother boring you with all the wonderful, amazing things I've done in my life, which you probably wouldn't believe anyway. I'm not going to bother, trying to make myself sound fun and interesting because you'll either think I'm fun and interesting or you won't. I'm a weird person, though. I prefer my toilet paper to go over rather than under. I like hot sauce on top of this. I have a tendency, and I just start going into all these random, whatever things. And my subject for that was Blair Witch 3 as a prequel. So it didn't even have a subject where a lot of people are like, fun, outgoing, executive in a company, loves surfing and looking for a girl to chill with. I mean, that's the kind of crap you usually see in these, personals and profiles. I made a profile. It wasn't really a personal for dating. It was a personal for, hey, let's talk and let's hang out, or let's at least chat and something like that. And over the course of time, I learned that the way those things usually are, at least back in the day, over, like 20 years ago, was that if you put yourself out there and you're a guy, very, very seldomly is a girl going to reach out to you. Unless she is a girl that wants you to check out her website and subscribe. And the kind of person I'm talking about. And so I was like, I then changed it and I put it where the very last sentence, because I realized that what would happen is it would end up being where people would put a personal up there or they would put something online and it would say whatever it was. And then at the very, very end, it would just end. And then someone who would want you to go to their website would look for a couple of common interests, and they would basically copy those interests out into their thing, copy their entire thing, and paste it back in response to you. And it was worded in such a way where, wow, I didn't realize that there was someone else out there that had a lot of the same interests as me. I enjoy this and this and this and hanging out. And I also like this, and I'm this kind of person. And you would think that would be kind of a cool person to maybe meet and hang out with. Until they respond and you respond back and you're like, oh yeah, that's awesome. There's another cool person out there in the world. Might be cool to talk and get to know or something. But then all of a sudden you get a response back after doing this really cool response. Yeah, I know. As a matter of fact, a lot of the things that I'm interested in right now are just kind of doing things online. I actually have a website if you want to check it out. You click on it and there's a picture of a girl in lingerie. Enter here, subscribe, for only $9.99 have full access. And you're like, really? So I was not the least bit interested in that. I click off and hit block. But it's like, and so what I did is I changed the last line. It became, if you have any interest in me responding to you at all, then in your subject, in your reply, tell me your favorite 80s movie. And that was how I ended it. And so if there was someone that didn't even bother reading the whole profile all the way through, I would say, forget it. And I'd hit delete without even reading it. But if it said the name of an 80s movie, I'd say, oh, okay, cool. And I'd check it out. And sometimes I would talk to people and chill out, and chill out, just talking to them on the phone or something like that. Sometimes they weren't even in town. They were just people that had, at some point come across my profile, and I might have talked once or twice, but that was it. Kind of cool. And, a lot of the time is just, talking to someone and meeting them and hearing their stories and stuff is a really cool thing. And I thought that was pretty awesome. So I did that for a while. That's how I ended up meeting my wife, actually. She was looking for one of her friends from a martial art class, and that was one of my interests too. And she did a search for martial arts, and I was one of 2 people that came up. And she actually responded to me and laughed and was saying, I don't have, her subject to me was, I don't have a favorite 80s movie. And I knew instantly she had read it. And when she responded, she basically just laughed and said, I just wanted to tell you, I'm not really looking for, anybody in particular or something like that, except a friend I used to train in martial arts with. So I was looking online and happened to come across your profile, thought you were kind of fun, that you wrote a fun profile, and wanted to at least tell you that. And I said, cool, thanks very much for that. And went back and forth with her a little bit, went into AOL Instant Messenger chat, took it to the phone call, met in person, started dating, married, 3 kids now. So it's amazing how the internet has worked for even, guys like me. Okay. So here we go. Back on the T-Bone. I see. Yeah, eldest. I mentioned it earlier. I'm on the T-Bone because I like how low profile it is. I like how small it is. I like that it's a supercardioid pattern. So it picks me up quite well. I don't have to have it gained way up, wide open like this. But if I want to turn it up a little bit and boost it and talk even lower, I can. But for the most part, I'm pretty loud. And this is a decent enough level for me for YouTube live streaming. And I like the fact that I can very easily just throw it someplace. I can throw it up in front of me and not kill it with plosives and just all over the place. So, I like the fact that it's out of my way and it's not, it's not off axis. And as a matter of fact, when I was looking over here and talking earlier about the insole quilt, it was still on axis to me. Kind of cool. So there we go. There you go. Thing again. Back on the T-Bone. That's why I like the T-Bone though. Never heard of this one before. I like nachos. Okay, cool. On this episode of How to Call Destruction with Alan, Okay, that's when I told the joke. So that was 33. I'm slowly catching up. It was 29 minutes. I was 29 minutes behind. Now I'm only 23. So my 12-year-old told me earlier tonight that she gets notifications for my live streams and stuff. I said, well, why don't you turn those notifications off? Because she doesn't watch my videos. She's like, no, I like keeping an eye on what you're doing. I'm like, so I said, wait a minute, you're not watching my streams or watching my videos, but you're watching what I do. And she's like, well, yeah, it tells me, your stream ended 2 hours ago or something. I'm like, that would mean that you're up at like 6 or 7 a.m. And she's like, yeah, for school. I'm like, oh yeah. So I'll do a live stream. I'll end up in the early morning hours. It'll say, finish the stream, and she'll see it. And then obviously it'll be like, oh crap, sorry about that. She got notifications when I go live. And then again, when the video is up, when I'm done streaming. So she kind of cyber stalks me that way, but she says she doesn't remove the notifications because she likes to see what I'm doing, which is kind of a sweet thing. She's a sweet girl. All right. Look at you. You're famous now. Watching this on the new LG CX OLED, and the quality is on point. This stream looks good on your television, because my streams don't look great. I think I've set my camera to peak at like 720 because I don't want my upload to be, choked out bandwidth wise. People, you don't want to, if you could, watch me in 144 with sounding the same way, do that. I'd look a lot better in 144p than I would like this. So, geez, I should almost have one of those talking animals that takes your voice input and then changes it into whatever, a talking animal. I should just do one of those. That way you don't have to look at me. Okay. Haha, ASMR, and just like that, you're back on the Blue Yeti. No. Aaron, stop. Not going to talk about the Blue Yeti. Don't like that mic. Great story. I like where this is going. So funny. Oh my God, I was kidding. LOL. Haha. Oh God, I'm dead. Alan, stop being you. Okay. Oh, there you go. I'm finally noticing. Here I am. When did that even come through? Donation right there. 8 minutes ago. I'm only 8 minutes behind now. Thank you so much, Ryan. Appreciate the $5. You're adding to my my ZipFizz fund. So I appreciate that. I will now be able to buy another box of ZipFizz and keep myself going in that. I have such bad luck with online dating websites. I'm doomed. You know what, Rafe? She'll find you, man. That's what people used to always tell me is stop looking, they'll find you. It'll happen, man. I mean, when I was actively looking, I was way, I guess, too desperate seeming. And, it will happen accidentally and you'll meet the right person if it's meant to be. So don't worry about that. Todd Weaver's in here. Sound Mixer Todd Weaver. Good to see you out there, Todd. Favorite 80s movie is I Don't Care for That. Yeah. That is a phrase that in the sound community, Todd Weaver has made famous. Todd is trolling Todd. He is known amongst many to be an amazing troll. And he is very patient and he knows his craft very well. So he is one of the few people on Facebook that I will actually follow. Everybody else I found lately, getting into politics or one thing or another, I always unfollow so many people. Todd is one of those people that I've not unfollowed because if he actually makes one of his random comments whenever it happens, I definitely want to see it. Eldest Bro, I have never been with anyone and never tried a dating website. I have just accepted where I am in life and cool with it. You know what? That's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's been true about that. Almost bought the T-Bone alongside the NT1, but the new one has a 10 dBA self-noise. And you know what's interesting? I reached out to Thomann and asked them about that noise floor. Because I was sent a message about that and said, why are you reporting the noise floor is 6.7 dBA when it's actually 18? I said, what do you mean it's 18? I was like, no, it's not. Because I know this one isn't. I know it's not. Because whenever I do a review here, if I turn the gain exactly up to what the gain level is, like if the sensitivity level is negative 32 and I had 32 decibels of gain, that tells you approximately where the microphone would be bass-wise. If you were speaking, into it at a normal level, that would give you an appropriate level, right? That's the general rule of thumb. If you're going to talk loud into the microphone, you gain it, you take the gain down. If you're going to talk quieter into it, you take the gain up, right? But that's about a middle point. So whatever that is, if it's negative 28, add 28 decibels of gain. On this microphone, if I were to take that microphone and when I put that in my studio and I listened to it, I could not hear the noise floor. When I listen to a microphone in this environment, I basically found that any microphone that has a noise floor of about 13 or 14 dBA or louder, I will hear. But 13 or 14 dBA or lower, and it's going to sound like the noise floor of the room. I usually will have to listen extremely quiet or something like that, and then I might be able to hear it. Or if I take the microphone and I wrap it up inside of a furniture moving blanket, a Fernie pad, whatever you want to call it, moving blanket. If you take that, like what I did on my recent video where I did the Cloudlifter CL1, the Fed head, and the DM1 SE Electronics. when I took those and I tested the preamps, how it changed, the preamps changed, and how the actual did you actually need one if you have clean preamps is what the video was. And I tested that. I put the SM7B inside of like 4 layers and then wrapped it all up tight. Noise floor was extremely low on that, as low as you possibly could get on an SM7B, I'm pretty sure, because there was no air conditioning running. It was dead quiet in here. And then I put it under like that much layer of acoustic, of wrap. And then we listened to it. And at that point, it was very, very quiet. So I know that if I can take a microphone, and I've done a lot of them in here, and my T-Bone, I cannot hear the noise floor on, which means it is below 13 dBA, 13 or 14 dBA. Because sometimes a 13 dB microphone I can hear, sometimes I can't. I don't know why. Sometimes that's the case and sometimes it's not. But if I go straight in the Mix Pre 6 and I turn it up to that exact level, sometimes I can hear the noise. And that's with my headphones at one particular volume. I'm not just cranking it up all the way and trying to listen to it to hear if I can hear it. That's me putting my headphones on usually right around 74. Because in childhood,
what I used to realize is that if I was copying from one tape source to another tape source, making a tape dub, if I turned my volume to right at about 77.5, I could usually get an even match on my levels on this one recording system I had. So what I've always done is on these headphones, I usually find that a good level for me is right about 74. And like right now, it is right at 74. That's usually my listening level on the Mix Pre 6. With all my setup and the volume that comes back out of my computer. My computer volume is always at 50%. Yeah, it's 50 right now. So I do that and I listen and monitor out of the Mix Pre 6. So I use the Mix Pre 6 at volume level 74, and I have the computer monitor on 50%. So whenever I do that, then I'm pretty happy with the levels and stuff. And at that point, I know this T-Bone I cannot hear the noise floor of. If I gain it up a little bit, I can hear the noise floor, which would coincide with something that would be around 6 or 7 dBA. Because if I do the same exact thing with an NT1, which I know has a very low noise floor, I will hear that too. If you listen and you bring up the gain, you will hear the noise floor in a quiet environment, right? It's what makes sense. And this one you can't. And so I reached out to Thomann a while back and I said, I'm getting reports, and I've looked at the specs on your website, and it says that the noise floor is now 18 dBA. What changed? And they're like, oh, nothing's changed. I said, I don't necessarily buy that. And they said, no, it's just saying, we went back and we retested it. They said they went back and they retested it and the noise floor is higher. I'm like, to me, it was too precise. I wasn't going to argue it with them because who am I to do that? But what I will tell you is the noise floor on this microphone is lower. It's not 18. So when they say they didn't change anything, I think they probably did. I don't know if it's changed anything. I'm happy with this one. Noise floor on this one, I believe the specs when it says 6.7 dBA. I don't hear the noise floor on it. So, I mean, be that as it may. You like the colors on my camera right now. That's what you mean. Thank you so much. It is just a Logitech C920. And then I just go in there and play with the colors every single time I get ready to do a live stream. It automatically, when I first start it up, it goes completely haywire. And it goes, what is it? It's like washed out. It looks terrible. I look completely like a zombie or something. And so I always go into the settings and I mess with them, and usually end up taking the white balance way up, and then I bring down the color intensity a little bit and change the level and stuff so that way it looks decent. So thank you. Let's see. Almost put the T-Bone as well with the NT1. All right, colors. Looks fine on my HD 1440 Dell screen. I wonder if that's the same monitor I have. HDR 1440p Dell screen, because mine's a Dell, and I don't know what model it is, but I know it's a 1440. I wonder if it's the same one. It went on sale at one point. It had very high ratings, and it was on sale for like $99 when I needed one. I said, well, geez, look at that. Who am I voting for? Let's not get into politics. Jake M., great question. If you want to talk politics, I'll talk about it on Discord, but I'm not going to talk about it on a live stream. You're just asking for trouble putting your opinions out there on the internet. Because let's just say we have 17 people in here right now. Let's just say that I'm a huge Biden supporter. Anybody that's interested in Trump is going to not be happy. If I'm a big Trump supporter, anyone that's interested in Biden is not going to be happy with me. If you say that, all you're doing is giving your audience something to hate about you. Maybe they might like you, but if I go there into politics, then what's going to keep me from saying the next thing that is going to potentially be something not related to sound that's going to send people away? So I'm not going to discuss politics in a live stream. I will talk about it on my Discord. If you want to talk about it, then we will gladly do that. That's on my Discord, though. Love the shirt, man. I have one very similar. You know what? This is one, I forgot where I got it. It was one that it came to me and it entered my regular cycle of shirts. Usually the way it is I get a new shirt and I will, when I'm working, I have a strict uniform I use, like the same kind of shirt, the same kind of pants, the same stuff. But I have like 6 shirts that are short sleeve, and I have like, no, that's wrong, because I bought 10 of them. I have 6 of the long sleeves. And then I have 8 pairs of shorts and 6 long pants. I don't remember, because it's been such a long time since the shutdown. I don't remember anymore. And so all of that stuff is right now, as soon as we had the shutdown, I basically put all that stuff back in a drawer, and I'll pull it out again when I start working. But it's been a shutdown for so long now. I don't even know what my regular routine of clothes is, because it's all just in a drawer. It's clean, ready to go. Hire me, Todd, if you're still out there. But basically, right now, the clothes that I usually end up wearing, if I get a new crew shirt, I'll take it and I'll throw it on the pile. And then since I get it, I'll say, okay, cool. And so if I have, let's just say 15 shirts, and I grab the top one and I wear it, put it in the dirty clothes, grab the next top one, put it in the dirty clothes, next top one when I'm done, dirty clothes. Those 5 shirts, the ones that I wash, and I put it back on that pile. So if I go through 5 shirts, it's going to be the same ones again. And as soon as I get another shirt for another show, I will use that one, put that one on top of the pile. I'll wash it. I'll put it back on the pile. It doesn't matter the order. It doesn't matter if I won't show favoritism to a new shirt or something like that. So this is one of the ones that's in the pile. So I'll wake up, I'll grab the next shirt in the pile. And that's the reason why, if you usually watch my videos, you'll see, aside from my Soundspeed shirts, this is just what I was wearing today. But my regular shirts, you'll see them cycle through on this channel. If I'm doing a live stream or something, sometimes it's this one, sometimes it's a straight out of my shirt. I will not wear that one on a live stream or usually in a video, because it says the name of the city I'm in, but it says straight out of, and then that city. And people in the neighborhood, when I go to get food from someplace, or I go to a store, get groceries or something like that, people will always comment on it and say, wow, that's cool. I also have a shirt that my in-laws gave me at Christmas. It says, it says something like World Hide and Seek Champion, and it has Bigfoot. And it's basically it's basically a funny shirt. Bigfoot is the world's hide and seek champion. I mean, he's still playing type thing. Anyway, I just saw this pop up there at the bottom because it's scrolled down that far. Smooth Nanners, thank you so much for the $4 donation. Really appreciate it. ZipFizz Fund. Okay, great. Thanks for the stream heading out. Great. Thank you so much for popping in here. Very much appreciate that. So, but yeah, that's the reason why I won't get into that particular topic in a live stream. I'll talk about a lot of things, but that's not one of them. And as for shirts, let me just totally forget about what my most recent thing was. As for shirt, that's how I came to wearing this one here. Oh, wow. 18 dBA is pretty high and typical for Electret. Did they cheap out on the capsule? I'll tell you this, though, Aaron. As far as I'm concerned, remember how we were talking last week, and I said even Electret capsules, if they're electric condensers, this day and age, they can be made pretty good. I don't know what's in this. I would gather, because based on the price, it's not a true condenser. It's not a true condenser. I would assume it's an electric condenser, but I don't think it sounds bad, personally. That's the reason why I reviewed it the way I did. Is it the best in the world? No. But for a $40 microphone, like I've said before, I think it has pretty good detail to it. I think it sounds nice and warm. I think it picks up my voice very well when I'm far off the mic. I mean, I'm 10 inches away from the thing right now. And it's picking me up just fine, and my level's not up very high. If I were to back off, and if I gain it up a little bit, it has the pattern to pull out. Now it's starting to pick up some of the balance off of my computer monitor over there. You heard my chair squeak. One of these days I'll upgrade the chair and it won't squeak anymore, but you don't ever hear it on the show, on my videos anyway. But that's at least what's going on there. My current noise floor in my environment is about negative 65 dB with my SM7B and the PC on the ceiling fan on. You know what, though? On an SM7B, if you have clean preamps and an EIN somewhere between negative 128 and 130, it's probably going to happen. And that's just because a relatively clean preamp on an SM7B at a decent level it's going to be about the same thing. In one of my other videos, what was the video? Calculating audio, missing audio specs, I think it was. I calculated the noise floor of the SM7B at negative 19 dB. So technically it would be considered a very loud, but because it's such a quiet microphone, it requires so much gain and it pushes your preamp so much, by the time you end up bringing it up to a decent level, think about it. By the time it gets up there into a decent level, it's going to be pretty loud. It's going to have to be boosted up quite a bit of gain, 59 dB to be exact, to be at a regular level because it's negative 59 dB. Starting then playing with a regular EIN of around a negative 128 to negative 130. Subtract off of that 60, and you're talking about 70 right there. But usually, if you're aiming for about the negative, 12 dB noise floor level, by the time you have the conversion of analog to digital audio, you're going to probably end up having a little bit of a hotter signal by the time you bring it up to an appropriate level. So, do the math, play around with it. And I think when I did my video recently where I either talked about EIN or when I measured EIN, whenever it was the measuring EIN video I did, I think maybe it was the one. No, it was the one where I talked about, if you have clean preamps, do you need to have a Fedhead, Cloud Lifter, or DM1 Dynamite, something along those lines. Whatever the case, I think that was the video. But when I put my SM7B into an ultra noise quiet environment inside of about 5 inches of blankets and wraps and stuff, when I did that, it was a very low noise floor. And even then, I think it was a noise floor of like negative 67, negative 66, something like that, when I tested it. Because you're never going to get much lower than that, because by the time you gain the thing up so much, it's pretty, and by the time you convert over from analog to digital and the compensation that's made up, you're going to be around the negative 65 dB mark, just basically with an SM7B and because of its nature. New comment, Robert? Next comment, Robert? What does that mean? So did someone employ you for $4,000 an hour or something similar? Still waiting on that MixPre 3. So did someone? No one's employed me for $4,000. I know what you're referring to. That was the live stream before that I said that if someone wants to hire me and is willing to pay me $4,000 an hour, then I am absolutely telling the truth. If someone does pay me my rate and pay me a rate of $4,000 an hour, my union guarantee would give me at least 8 hours to it. So even if you hired me and you brought me in at call time and then said, that's a wrap, go home, I hopefully don't have to pay you more than about $20 or $30 for the five or 6 seconds you were here, I'd say, no, I'm a union person. I get a guarantee of 8 hours. It's in my rider. So at that point, I would get $32,000, and anyone who was in my chat, which I've never had more than about 38 or something people in one of my streams. Yeah, even when I had Curtis Judd, Michael Wynn, me, Kevin Basic Filmmaker, and Banjo popping in, even then, I don't think I had more than 34 people in my live stream chat. I think that was the most I ever had, was like 34 people. Right now I have 14. So, but yeah, so 34 times even 1,000. Oh no. That would be bad. MixPre 3, I said? Yeah, MixPre 3. So that one's about 500. So if there was even 34 people in the chat and I announced it, then I would still end up with, a few $1,000s in buying a MixPre 3 for everybody in the chat. I could do the whole Oprah, you get a MixPre 3 and you get a MixPre 3, and I'd still have a great rate. So no one's hired me for $4,000 an hour, unfortunately. In this culture, everyone has a reason to hate you, and that's the truth. Joke man, please don't take me seriously. No worries. Okay, the Harry Potter boom ops, yes, because of the glasses. I think yours might be a true condenser. It sounds like one. I don't think it sounds bad either, and it's a great for your voice. Thanks. You can always open it up. I could. But you know what? if they're making them different now and I mess this one up, I don't want to end up having a microphone that I would say, oh, I'm going to have to buy another one and then have it not be the same exact thing. Right now, it's got heavy processing on it because of the DBX286S. If I were to hit bypass on it, oh, garbage, what just happened? Oh, did I open up a new window? Okay, I was like, what just happened? If I bypass the processing, you're going to hear it standard. This is the way it is. If I don't process out my noise floor, and then, because the first thing I always do is I process out the noise floor, and then I compress it. And then I bring it up at a regular level, which I had 30 dB of gain, and then I compress it. And my compression settings on my Mix Pre 6 are pretty aggressive. It's like 4.5 on the drive, and the density is at 3.5. So like I said, it's pretty aggressive. I could get more aggressive and be really funny and compress completely flat, but I mean, we were joking around about how Howard Stern always sounds like Proximity Effect Central. And you'll see him on his TV show, and he'll be like hand holding a TLM 103 like 18 inches away from his mouth. And when he talks, he sounds like he's Proximity Effect. You're like, that is so much compression. And because I'm sure they're using multiple different levels of compression, it's not just one compression. They probably use one, that's bringing them up a little bit, then a little bit more, then a little bit more, then a little bit more. And then they all engage and they all interact. And that way he sounds like he's Proximity Effect when he's hand holding the thing 18 inches away. It's really funny. So I think it has at Matthew. Would I ever say that SM7B is an overrated microphone? I would sometimes, yeah, I mean, sure. I think every microphone has the potential of being overrated if there is something that's considered legendary about it. The SM7B, its claim to fame was, obviously working with Michael Jackson on the Thriller album. It was the SM7 actually, which is before the SM7B and the SM7A. But, it has a legendary status mainly for that reason. It's also done other, I think, who was it? Who are some other people that have used the SM7B? I think it was, what was it, Sammy Hagar or somebody used it? I don't remember. Michael Jackson is the main reason why it has a legendary status. But it was also a very good microphone that was used back then. We're talking about the 80s. And even in the film industry, prior to in the early 70s and before, they were using dynamics for vocals in movies. The 416, the Sennheiser MKH 416 and 816 were amongst the first condensers used on film sets. In modern years, at least, that helped push out dynamics. And Jeff Wexler was telling a story. He's a very well-known, sound mixer of over 4 decades. He was telling a story about doing a movie, I think in like 1972 or 73, where when he mentioned he was using the 416 or 816 or a condenser microphone, I know he's a big Sheps guy. He could have been Sheps back then. They were he said the UPM was like, I'm not sure about that. And he's like, it's going to be fine. But he was concerned about that because then he heard the noise floors were higher on condenser microphones because they picked up more. So he was concerned about that. He was more interested in a dynamic. So, obviously Jeff ended up being right. And we all use dynamics on movies we all use condensers now on movies, not dynamics anymore. But that was part of film history. If you look back in the old day, you'll see, like, what is it? Electro Voice 642s, and you'll see the Shure SM5, which was the predecessor of the SM7. So you'll see a lot of those in early, in old school movies. You'll see those used a lot. And that's pretty cool right there. Is that we used to, you'll see like old pictures. You'll see condensers used, but most of the time, if you look at movies from like the 50s and 60s, you'll usually see a microphone, in some sort of a big, huge, crazy suspension, because you got to keep in mind, back then it was a totally different creature. You did not have all the accessories. Here's one thing that if you talk to a lot of old school people, they had to actually create, get wire, figure out a way to make a suspension that would support the microphone and not have handling noise when they moved it around. They had to actively come up with things. They did not have Zeppelins, so they had to make things out of burlap and wrap it around. There's a really funny picture of the boom operator on Apocalypse Now. There's a helicopter picture going. There's a helicopter going. There's a camera in front of it. A boom operator is holding. You can tell that the wind is nailing him hard because he's holding the boom in a very weird position. But he is holding the microphone over his head, not overhead like this. He's holding it like upwards, but the microphone is up, like this. And he is angling it with helicopter blades over him, which you would not be able to do anymore. And there is burlap wrapped around his microphone. And you can look at that thing and it's being nailed. Even today with a Cyclone or a Sinella piano with a full long-haired dead cat and stuff, it would still, with a helicopter, it would be blasted away. You would know that. It would not be able to take, 100-mile-an-hour winds or something from a helicopter. But he was doing it. There's a picture of that. If you look online, you can find it. So so let me just go first full circle on this. Is the SM7B an overrated microphone? In many ways, it can be, because it has pretty much, if someone has a legendary status, people are like, ooh, cool, it was used by that person, that must be a good thing. If Michael Jackson chose it, well, it probably wasn't Michael Jackson. It was probably the engineer. And now you could argue that engineers know people's voice and, wanted to try something on somebody's voice and could have gotten lucky, or might have said, this is the microphone for you or something. But the fact of the matter is, it was probably just a cool new microphone on the market. And he was going to be, screaming into the microphone, and he wanted to have a dynamic, and it did the job, did it well. So I don't know who his engineer was. I don't know if it was Michael Jackson's decision, but I do know that the SM7B or the SM7 has a legendary status for that reason. Now, does it deserve it? On my 32-bit floating point video, if you listen to that voiceover, like I mentioned before, you'll hear my SM7B, and you'll hear it without the windscreen on there. I always take it off whenever I record voiceover because I like the way my voice sounds on it better. But this windscreen right here, a lot of people, most people will use it. And I don't poo-poo if someone wants to use the windscreen. But I personally like the way my voice sounds without it. And I will say one other thing about it. When I took this off and I recorded that, if you listen back to my voice, it made the F sounds on my voice sound very, almost foamy. It was almost like I was slurring a little bit. Foamy, kind of almost that kind of sound, like I had an abundance of spit in my mouth or something. Now, I did get cotton mouth, and when I was doing that voiceover, I did the voiceover in 4 different sections, 4 different recordings, and sometimes they were at different times even. But I always had a bottle of water with me. As soon as I would feel like I was starting to get cotton mouth, I would always drink it. But even then, it almost sounded like a couple of times, like a few times throughout it, it almost sounded like I overwhelmed it a little bit. And it kind of gave a sound that I didn't like. I don't think it's an overrated mic, but I don't think it is everything that a legendary status microphone should have. I'm also of the opinion that Neumann's Neumann, like the TLM 103 and the U87 especially, those are very common voiceover microphones. I don't think they are right for everyone's voice. I think for my voice, they sound extremely harsh. Extremely harsh. Some people are like, well, that is the voiceover microphone. Well, if you have a decent, deep voice or something, obviously, yes. Put Mike DelGaudio on anything. If you put him on an electric toothbrush, he's going to sound amazing. But if you put me on a U87, I'm not going to sound amazing. I sound very harsh and overly sibilant. So personally, I'm not fond of the way my voice sounds on a Neumann. Does that mean Neumanns are bad, even though they have a legendary status? Absolutely not. I told Bandrew when he got his U67, I said, holy crap, that thing is smooth. That thing sounds really good. And then what was cool is it was just me and him. We were in Discord talking one night, and he and I started then listening to the U67 versus the 87, and we said, geez, the U87 sounds harsh next to this. So the voiceover microphone, the U87, doesn't sound nearly as good as that 86 or the 67. And I actually said that if I had the money and desire to buy a $6,000 or $7,000 microphone, that would probably be the one that I get, because I don't think that it would sound harsh on me at all. It, to me, sounds very smooth. It sounds much more natural. And I think that the U67 would actually be a really, really good sounding microphone on my voice. If I had that one, I would probably put it closer than, I wouldn't probably mind that one in my face nearly as close. I would probably put it much closer, because I know that's where it's going to sound best. Because if I put it away like I put mini microphones, I'm not going to be happy with it. The reason I like the Cat Equitech E100 is it's a super cardioid. The reason I like the T-Bone SC400 is probably because it's a super cardioid. It pulls up my voice at a farther distance away. If this thing has a pickup pattern that's supposedly through here, and I'm in that pattern, and this is a cardioid, it doesn't have a rear lobe. So if that's the case, then why do I need to have so much extra pickup when I get farther away from the microphone? Why not angle some of that and angle it more forward and shape it more towards my voice? Doing that, it's going to pick up my voice better. That's probably the reason why I like super and hypercardioid microphones. Now, I've been playing with my microphones recently. If you notice that some of my live streams before the T-Bone, I used the NT1, but the NT1 had to be like right here. I'm blocking the microphone now. It had to be, 2 or 3 inches closer. So it was right here in my face the whole time. I mean, it was higher. It was like there, but I had to do that because the rear lobe is different. I then tried using the DDS Mic 2 and 2S. In this environment, it was way too harsh on my voice, and it made me sound way too high and nasally. When I was sitting down here, because it is technically a supercardioid pattern, so it's probably picking reflections off of my monitors, and that's just it. There could be any one of a bunch of different reasons. Now, it sounds different when I'm standing up, because then I don't have that. I pull my wall in. I'm inside of a much more of a controlled environment. Still not a booth. It's more of a, as I've always referred to it, it's more of a booth set, but it is still very much quieter. Like right now, I will turn off processing real quick. I'll go quiet and I'll bring up my gain. And you'll hear how quiet it is in this house. Okay, I'm going to bring this up a little bit. Now this is a matched level to where it is before. I bypassed processing on my 286S, so it's not compressing as much. I'm going to go quiet and I'm going to bring up the preamps even more, and you're going to hear how quiet it is right here at the house. Right now, if I barely say anything, I'm like whispering and breathing over dramatically. That's how loud this thing is. Bring the level way down and turn off bypass, and now it's back at a normal level. But if I crank it up on the mix pre on the DBX 286S right there, and I go completely wide open with it and just bypass, you can hear how low the noise floor is. The AC is not on. Once the house gets cooled, it shuts down and everything is dead quiet. Computers, I mean, you already know that the speed fan, I already demonstrated speed fan earlier. It's off right now. So being that speed fan is off, I accidentally opened up Discord, not speed fan. But if I turn off, yeah, speed fan is still running and it is still dead quiet. So it has turned completely off on my fans. There's no fans on. The one switchable fan on my computer is all the way off right now. But you can hear how quiet my noise floor is. Do I need to process out my noise floor? Probably not. But I do anyway. And I also, I like, one thing I do appreciate about the 286S is you dial out your noise floor and then it compresses. It doesn't compress first, which would bring up your noise floor, and then dial out the noise floor. So despite the fact that the compressor is on the right-hand side and the expander gate is on the the compressor gate is on the left-hand side, closer to the threshold, and then you have the expander gate on the right-hand side right next to the output, it actually does dial out the noise floor independently before it gains the thing up, the compressor, which I personally appreciate. So, but anyway, so I think I've answered the SM7B question. I mean, now I'm back up to 18 minutes delayed, but it just, every single microphone you could argue is overrated. If I was talking about my voice, I would say Neumann's are overrated for my voice. Are they overrated in general? No. For my voice, absolutely, because my voice sounds like garbage on them. I have never heard my voice on a Neumann microphone that I've liked. But I do think that a U67, my voice would sound good on it. And that's just from talking to Bandrew and hearing how his voice is very similar to mine in many ways. So I think it has a time and place, but definitely not a mic for every occasion. That said, the SM7B is a very good mic for people who have a slightly higher pitch voices. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine opening up and putting a screwdriver through the last ever true condenser in a T-bone mic? Yeah. And that may be it. Is that they might have been making this as a true condenser, and then they might have turned it electret, which brought up the noise floor. I don't know. I don't know what the thing is. It could be the exact same. If I had someone that wanted to send me a T-bone, or, I mean, Thoman's not going to do it because I've already reviewed the thing once. They wouldn't want me to do it just to try to see what was different about it. I mean, I would be tearing it apart to intentionally prove them wrong, or say, no, I found that this is a different component. It could be one little resistor on the inside that's different. It could be, an entire module that's different. Most likely it's more of a module than it is going to be one resistor. One resistor wouldn't change that much unless it was like a difference between 150 ohms and like all of a sudden they started using like a 25,000 ohm resistor or something. I don't even know how much it would have to be to bring it up to a noise floor of negative 18 dB from negative 6.7. I don't know. It's a funny thing to think about. I would have to play. If Todd Weaver is in here, Todd would be able to calculate it. He would be able to figure it out. That man's a genius when it comes down to soldering and piecing together. He's right now, if he's here at all, it's like 1:30 in the morning. And he would just be up at 3 o'clock in the morning and then just suddenly say, oh, now is a good time to fix my grandfather's tube amplifier. And he did. He has a video that he did that was just awesome, of him doing, if I can find it real quick, I'll post it, because his channel, he doesn't do very many videos, but I'll tell you this. He did one where he just decided he was going to repair his grandfather's old tube amplifier. And he took it apart, looked at the schematics, and just, it was amazing what he did. Let me do a search for the word tube. Oh, no. Let's see. You can see all the random videos I've watched over the course of time. And of course, none of them are Todd's. Let me see if I can find it there real quick, because it's a video that I would love to share, because he did a fantastic job with it. He did a voiceover with it. It was great. Let me see. I'll do a search real quick. Okay, I found it. Okay, so here is the video. I will share this, and it's an awesome video, and it's got only 216 views. But I'll tell you this, if you are interested, it's an amazing video. He did a really great job with it. Very underrated. Check this thing out. Okay, so check that out, of course, after the stream. because you'll want to listen to it because he does a really good job, and he shows the schematics. He shows his entire process. He needs to do more videos, but his style of doing it and stuff, the way he does it, it's very polished, very slow, but yet you can't turn your eyes away. It's really good, and he does a great job of it. And I hope he makes a lot more videos just like it, because it was fascinating to watch, and he shows the whole process. It was really amazing, and he lets you hear it afterwards. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I can imagine opening up a screwdriver. Okay, so like the Yeti is overrated meme. Yeah, probably so. I don't like how Bandrew sounds on the U87 AI. Broke his heart. Yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. U87 is actually disappointing. I borrowed one from Masked Mike's, the Masked Mike series, and I actually have one more comparison that I did and I had never aired. I could release another Masked Mike's at some point. I've gotten a lot more mics, but U87 AI just does not sound good on all voices. Sounds like Paranormal Activity when stuff's about to go down. I get flashbacks for a little stunt snowball last night. Yep. I was talking about that earlier, Eldest. Talking about how you turned the compressor all the way up and just stepped across the room. It was hilarious. Oh, noes. What did Alan do last night? No, it's just me. It's me and Eldest goofing off, and sometimes we would just... Well, in Bandrew's Discord server, we'll joke around, and when he's in there, we'll sometimes just troll him. And Eldest, last night, one thing I will say about Eldest is he submits to my peer pressure far more than he probably should. I'll say, "Oh, Eldest, you should do this," and he'll just do it because it's funny. He will completely gain up on some microphone. Then he'll add another. He'll compress it flat. He'll then blast it up, increase the gain, and then after all of that, he'll start proximity effect, smacking or crunching or eating a taco or something into the microphone, which will have Bandrew cringing and freaking out. Me, I think it's hilarious, and I'm just laughing away at it. But that's part of the fun of got to mess with Bandrew. But Eldest just he'll do that, and it was awesome. And we were toying with him so much last night, and I mean I was laughing so hard at the way that Eldest was that I was literally hurting. I was laughing so much that my insides were hurting. It was hilarious. So we do have too much fun. Love trolling Bandrew as a target. And Bandrew is just by nature, he's a very, very tolerant, very sweet guy, very funny. And and I wish I could get him to have a Zip Fizz, but he's scared of him. Not as much as I would love to see Curtis Judd on a Zip Fizz. I think of all people on YouTube, Curtis is the person that if there was a way for me to get a Zip Fizz into his system, he has told me when I've said to him, you need to have a Zip Fizz, you need to have a Zip Fizz. He said, no, I can't take it. I can't have it. Can't have caffeine. But if there was a way to get him to have a Zip Fizz with me, I would love it. I would so love to see Curtis Judd if he had a Zip Fizz. I would love to see what he thought of it. I would love to see how he, if it changed him, if he got energetic or anything. I don't think one more Zip Fizz and I'm going to arrange an intervention. I'll tell you, Aaron, one thing I have done in the past, and I have done this to quite a few sound utilities, is I would say you need to, you should go straight with a Zip Fizz with me. You take a Zip Fizz, you pop the tube, and you just down the thing straight. And I do this with some utilities. I've done this with a couple of sound mixers. And not everyone can do it because it's very strong, and it fizzes up and it makes your whole entire mouth expanding foam-like. And I'll tell you, I haven't done that in a long time, and I don't. And it does make it. I mean, if you drink constant water like I do on set, your saliva is naturally just going a lot because you have to talk a lot on set, and also you could dehydrate quickly on set. So I constantly drink a lot of water. Right now during the stream, I've been talking for 3 hours and 43 minutes. So I'm more cottonmouth than anything. So if I were to take a Zip Fizz straight right now, then it would sit in my mouth. It would foam up like crazy, and it would take a long time for me to get it down. And in the meantime, it would be one of those things where you would have bubbles up in I'd have bubbles in my mouth, and I would not be able I would not be able to get rid of it very quickly or easily. It would be like expanding like crazy, and I'd be like trying to force it, because you got to keep in mind, bubbles you can't compress without them going someplace else. It's not like air. Air, you could just open up your nose, and you could open up your mouth in a certain way, and you could force them out. With bubbles, they're going to go someplace. So if you start putting compression on them or something like that, you can knock them down a little bit, but the way that Zip Fizz is it's going to fizz right back up. So it would not be easy right now for me to do a second Zip Fizz if I went straight with it. So I'll tell you this, it would take a lot of money for me to do. If especially after I just did another one, because it's already like 1:45 a.m. You're not going to see it tonight if you were curious. Like I said, not for cheap at least. I mean, I'll do it if there's really an interest. But what did it say? Alan got me a Zip Fizz. They are great. Yeah, they're awesome, Eldest. I love them. And hold on a second. If there's someone in here that wants to know what in the world we're talking about here, there is. I'll just mention it again because I absolutely love the things. There's a pack of 30 that I will be reordering. There's packs of 20 all over the place, but there's a pack of 30. Oh, yes. Look at this. It's a thing of beautifulness. I will, you know what I need to do is I need to just do a Genius link of it. Let me just do that real quick. I may have already done it, but I'm going to do that real quick. That way, anybody in the world that's watching this stream, if there's a way for you to get it in your local area, it will be on a Genius link. So give me a split second. You should be able to click this link, and it would take you to it anywhere. No, I do a search for Zip, and it has a it has a Star Wars thing, and it has a neck expansion thing. Okay, so let's do a Genius link, and so that way anyone in the world that wants a Zip Fizz, if it's available in your country. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, it's not available in a lot of countries, but we will, if there's a way for you to have a Zip Fizz in your country, maybe even if you are willing to go to America Zip Fizz, and then pay the international shipping, perhaps they'll do it. But there you go. Oh yeah, we're talking about sponsorship again. I sent them a message. They never responded. They're not interested, I guess. That's fine. I mean, as far as they're concerned, they don't need to sponsor me because I'll keep on buying them anyway until I'm back on set, and then I'll start stockpiling them again. You know I will. All right. They give me enough energy to get the tired out of my eyes. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I'll sit here all day long dragging, being just kind of low energy and whatever. I tell you, if instead of taking a Zip Fizz at this time of night and just laying there in bed wide open, if I took a Zip Fizz in the morning, oh man, I should do that tomorrow. I should have my tomorrow Zip Fizz in the morning. Okay. I need to try one. Yeah, Rafe, they're awesome. You have a list of devices that you use, but no mic there. What? You have a list of devices you usually use, but no mic there. What do you mean? What mic do you use right now? Right now, I'm on the T-Bone SE400. It's because it's a super cardioid pattern microphone. It's very small. It's just right there. I can easily put it out of my way, so that way I can talk with my hands and do all this kind of stuff. And it's out of my way. I can still see my screen because it's up and over. I don't have to worry about that. You'll see a shadow. If I come over here, you'll see it shadow my face, but I don't do that. As long as I stay within the pattern, I'm listening to it. And as a boom operator, that's what I do, is I mess with axes. So if I look down, I go off axis a little bit. If I look to the right over here towards my wall, then I'm still going to be on axis. If I look over here too far, I have to make sure I slide back this way, which is also going to be probably better for camera, and it's going to be better to keep me in the frame as well, and in the pattern of the microphone. You see, I gave up caffeine nearly 9 months ago, so I hate it now. It causes insomnia for days if I consume it. But you know what, Aaron? I'll tell you, I don't require caffeine. I am naturally energetic, and if I'm on set, I will naturally be on top of things at my game whatever the case may be. It's only when I take a Zip Fizz at like 2 or 3 in the morning will I be up. And that's usually because I'll take a Zip Fizz like an idiot, and then I'll turn around and go right to sleep. And then when I lay in bed with 100,000% of B12 in my body, when I'm laying down in bed, I'm just naturally, it's not like a drug or anything that makes your mind race, as you always hear descriptions of it, mind was racing and they had a sense of clarity. It's none of that kind of stuff. It's just a boost of B12 and other vitamins. So you're naturally just wide awake and just your brain functioning is normal. You're just like, not going to sleep. And your eyes aren't like completely crazy like mine aren't right now. I'm just very alert and very aware of what's going on. Anything that my body doesn't use, I'm going to expel. But I think one of the reasons why, I'm going to say it and I'm going to knock on wood like I always do whenever you hear me say it. One of the reasons I credit to one of the reasons why I'm managing to stay relatively healthy and I don't get sick very often, that's why I knocked on wood, is because I use vitamins. I take vitamins, and I don't rely on caffeine and use caffeine as something that I need to keep me going. I don't need to take a Zip Fizz every day to alert myself and wake myself up or anything like that. I don't need caffeine to start my day. When I have tea, it's because I like it. And if I take something like a Zip Fizz and then lay down in bed, which is totally not necessary, that's when I will suddenly be wide awake and unable to go to sleep. But I had the Zip Fizz a little while ago now. I've been streaming now for 10 minutes shy of 4 hours now. Wonderful. Then, and so I'll probably call it in like around, 10 minutes or so, just because. But if I were to finish this live stream, go and lay down in bed, I could go to sleep. I know that right now based on the way I am. I'm not going to feel boosted from having a Zip Fizz an hour ago. I'm not going to be like ultra hyper and crazy or any of that kind of stuff. It's going to be one of those things where I'm going to go to sleep. If I were to have another Zip Fizz now and then go lay down, that would be bad. It would wake me up and it would give me a big boost of caffeine, and that would probably have me laying there in bed just eyes wide open. But an hour ago, I've been talking and I felt energized by the Zip Fizz for a while, but right now I'm back to normal chill. So what, they need to sponsor. I would love it if they sponsor. That way it would save me from having to buy more. Using T-Bone SV400. Don't require caffeine. What Mr. Zip Fizz endorsement doesn't require caffeine? I don't. I really don't. It's really weird. Ask your sound utility if Zip Fizz is right for you. I'll tell you something. When I left P Valley, I'm going to see if I can find this picture. Rachel, who was in my live stream, who was in a live stream with me a couple of weeks ago, when Rachel was our sound utility on P Valley, she knew to stash me occasionally, to stash me Zip Fizz. She would grab a couple of Zip Fizz, then she'd grab a couple more. But Cinderella knew that I was going to be joining his team. And so he ended up starting to stockpile up on Zip Fizz before I joined the team. Okay, it's before all this. So I need to go back in my pictures. So knowing that I was going to be joining their team, he went ahead and started sucking me up on Zip Fizz. So when I started, he had all over the place hidden and stashed Zip Fizz. So when I joined right after P Valley ended, I go over there and I'm seeing Zip Fizz stashed here, there, and everywhere. And the sound mixer, Aaron, was like, what is this? What are you doing here? We don't need to have all of this everywhere. Why is all this Zip Fizz all over the place? He was like, if I reach in to grab a GBNN battery, then I don't want to grab Zip Fizz. I want to grab a battery. And he was getting really irate. So Cinderella had to bag up a whole lot of the Zip Fizz and move it off. Move it off of the utility cart. Because okay, here are the pictures I was looking for. Let's see. Yep. Okay. So here they are. Here's a couple of pictures. Let me see if I go the wrong way. Okay. So there we go. This is a picture of some of the Zip Fizz inside of where he keeps the GBN and batteries. Those are good, but not news. Usually if you have batteries like the ultimate lithiums and you put those inside of a transmitter, they are going to require the most amount of voltage. And by the time you take them out of the transmitters, you don't want to put them back in a transmitter. You could put them easily inside of a remote, inside of a flashlight. They'll still last for hours. So we call them good, but not news, because they're still good, you know. But there you go. That was how Cinderella stashed away some of the Zip Fizz. There's another picture of Cinderella stashing away more Zip Fizz. This was inside of a chair, more Zip Fizz, and more Zip Fizz. And so I took those pictures to send Rachel saying, you know, see how the right-hand side and the left-hand side of his chair, in drawers, there was Zip Fizz piled up all in there. And I was like, oh gosh, you got to love this stuff. And I mean, it was piled up in there. And I sent that picture to Rachel and she was just like, oh my gosh, what's going on there? Well, we continue to stash Zip Fizz. And that's why for a good solid 6 months or so after that show ended, I was able to survive off of my stash of Zip Fizz before I had to start buying them, just by slowly running up my supply. I can imagine the cops raiding the P-Valley set and piling bags of Zip Fizz on the hood of the squad cars if it was illegal. I mean, but it's not. It's very much legal, which I love. So that's why I say enabling. You're all enablers with your donations, which I very, very much appreciate, especially right now that my industry is shut down and I cannot wait to get back to work. I'm not used to being not on set. It's deeply embedded in me, but I appreciate the very much. If you are, let me go back from the top here. Bandrew, Timothy, Aaron, let's see, and Ryan and Smooth Nanners. Every one of those I very much appreciate. Contributing to my Zip Fizz. I tell you, you know another thing? If you want to talk about vices, Zip Fizz is one of them. You want to know another one? Macadamia nuts. There was a day when I was on, I think it was Greenleaf, that I was talking about my love for macadamia nuts to the sound utility there, Tiffany. And I was talking about how much I love them. And I was like, oh man, I'm going to go on Amazon. And I looked on Amazon and they had like sea salted, you know, macadamia nuts. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Then they had like salted caramel with macadamia nuts. I'm like, that's awesome. Then they had like chocolate covered macadamia nuts. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And then they had like butter toffee macadamia nuts. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And I kept adding them to my cart. And then I was like, okay. And well, first of all, macadamia nuts are probably the most expensive nut, if not one of them. And I loaded up my cart and I bought like $70 or $80 worth of macadamia nut stuff. And when it came in, you would expect it to be, you know, a lot of big bags and stuff, but there were a lot of little small bags. I took them to set and I'm like, hey, Tiffany, look. And I came in and it was like, you know, a few little things. And she's like, and it's like, what's this? And she's like, all like my $80 worth or whatever of macadamia nut stuff. And she looked at it and she's like, that was $80. I'm like, oh yes, but it's going to be wonderful. And I tell you, I was in the best mood that day. And that was, I mean, I'm a random guy. What can I say? And that was one of those things that, to me, I don't spend a lot of money on macadamia nuts because I know that they are like a vice to me. They're very much they're crack. Just sitting there chowing down. I could eat an entire thing. When I went to Hawaii back in 1992, geez, it's been that long. Eldest, you weren't even in thought back then. When I went to Hawaii, we got on the airplane. And you know, there's little Mauna Loa things that are triangles, but they're angled so that like it seals this way on one side and this way on the other side, and it kind of adds a little half twist in it. And you open it up and there's like 3 macadamia nuts in there. When I grabbed that and tried for the very first time macadamia nuts, they gave, because my mom had, you know, I told you she was an executive. And so she had used a whole bunch of her frequent flyer miles because she was a president of an International Facilities Management Association. And she had upgraded us to first class tickets. And when she did that, we were given macadamia nuts. And I remember trying them and saying, these things are awesome. Who can I get some more macadamia nuts? And they'd say, sure. And they brought me like one or two more. I'm like, can I get some more? And they're like, sure. One or two more would show up. And I'm like, and then I was like, can I get some more? And they're like, we're out of them, sir. I'm sorry. And I'm like, oh no, there's got to be something someplace. And I'm like, does anybody have any more macadamia nuts? And, you know, there was a couple of people around that I think, you know, was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to eat these. You know, I'm like, oh, awesome. And I'd open it up and get 3 macadamia nuts. And I was like, this was like the most amazing thing ever. I think I was like 15. Yeah, I was 15 years old, I think. Ah, jeez, nose. When I went to Hawaii and first had the macadamia nuts. And we went to like some macadamia nut plant place there that made them or harvested them or did whatever you do to macadamia nuts. And I tell you, I was just like in heaven. I was like, these need salt. And, you know, because I've always loved salt. I've always been a huge, and people are like, you know, it's too much salt. You don't need to. Well, here's the thing. Back in the day, you used salt to preserve meat. You used salt because you didn't have things that replaced your electrolytes naturally, except salt. Salt was something that you naturally had that would replace electrolytes. So when you had a lot of salt with food, it replenished those electrolytes. So people that say I can't have salt, you gotta do something. There's my nose getting all itchy again. You gotta have something that keeps your blood with those nervous system responses, synapses and everything going through. Because if you don't, and you have just too much water and you don't replace electrolytes and you don't get your blood saline level up, you're gonna be like waterlogged, just gonna have too much water in your system. And you gotta have something that brings the electrons, you know, moving through your blood again. Whatever it's called. So yeah, macadamia nuts are definitely something that I love. As a matter of fact, I keep saying I need to do it. I need to create a wish list, you know, like one of those Amazon wish lists, so that way, whenever my wife or, you know, anybody ever says, when family or friends ever say, what should I get you? I'm like, oh, I don't know. Nothing. Don't worry about it. You know, Christmas comes up, birthday comes up. Oh, don't worry about it. They always have to use creativity. And I'm always, you know, oh, look at this. That's awesome. But they're always like, well, I'd love it if you could actually think of something you want. I'm like, geez. So I need to come up with just an Amazon wish list. That way I could say, oh yeah, here's the link to that. I need to have the sound speeds. I just need to use my sound speeds account and create the Amazon wish list. That way I can do that. And that way, maybe for Christmas time, because one of the things I've started doing for the last few years is I'm tired of just getting random things. So I've told people, if you're just going to buy me something random, don't get it for me unless it's inexpendable, unless it's something that I can use and toss. Like a candle. I like candles, you know, so I will use a candle. And then when I'm done with it, I'll toss, you know, the trash and throw it away. And so Christmas the past few years has usually been getting me, you know, things I like, things that are expendables, things that I'll use at work, or, you know, it's not been ZipFizz. I should add ZipFizz to the list for sure. But like I said, I've never had a shutdown this long where I've been away from my ZipFizz on set. So I've never had that issue. But this Christmas, if I'm not back on set by then, which I think you'll see a definite effect in my personality. You'll see a change if I'm not on set for a year. That would be very troubling. But by then, I'll suddenly be, you know, I'll see all these expendable things. I'll see things that I can consume. I'll see candles. I'll see, you know, some of my more rare candies that I never get, or, you know, if they're from Britain, for example. Some of my favorite candies, the Crunchies. Aaron, you'll appreciate this, being that you're out there in Britain. But if one of my favorite things is the Cadbury Crunchies. I love those things. I can just chow down on them forever. And when I went out to the UK, we went to Cadbury World, and this was back in 2003. Yeah, 2004. We were out there and we went to Cadbury World in Bourneville, which is now shut down thanks to, I won't say it because it would be starting to get into politics, but they shut down Cadbury World. And when and I was very disappointed because when I went there, they would give you there would be people showing you, oh, we'll take drizzles of this and then we'll add this here and then we'll take this and we'll and let it set for a second and then they hand it to you with tweezers and be like, oh wow, this is awesome. And then you try something else and you're like, wow, look at this is awesome. Then you try some and they were just giving you candy all over the place. And to a guy like me who at the time I was no longer a martial art instructor. I had just quit that job and I was on another job. But I was still in insanely great, health, and I was muscular and, a lot thinner and, that kind of thing. And when they went there and they were just handing me chocolate after chocolate, I was like, oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is amazing. And I constantly was just chowing down on it. And that's when I was out there is when I discovered the Cadbury Crunchies. And they used to sell like a 4-pack out there. And I would just scarf that thing down. And then there was a company back here in America that it was called like britishgoods.co.uk or something, or .com, something like that. I forgot what it was, but I used to you would order it and they would ship it to you. And if the more you ordered, the cheaper the price was. And my wife loves the flakes. So I would order like a whole big, huge box of like 120 flakes times 4. And then I would buy like a whole bunch of other things. And I would all of a sudden end up with this monster sized box would arrive at the house. And it would have months of candy in there. And we would, and I remember at one point I ordered like this humongous box because I did not want to have to reorder it for a while because it was about to go into the hotter seasons. And so I went to our bed and I put all the chocolate, took all the flakes out of all the boxes and I just laid them on the bed. I made this huge, on the queen size bed that we had, I made this humongous heart and then I filled it in. The heart was the size of the entire bed. And then I filled it in we had so much chocolate, I filled it in with all the flakes and all the crunchies and all the other things that we got. And it was thick, like 2 inches thick and tall. This entire thing the size of a queen bed. If you can imagine a heart that goes all the way up to like almost the edges. I called my wife in there, her mouth dropped and she was like, we're going to be eating this forever. How much did you spend on this? I'm like, don't worry about it. It's amazing. And she's like, how much did you spend on this? I'm like, don't worry about it. It's amazing. And she eventually got it out of me, of course. Wives always have a tendency of getting knowledge out of their husbands. Part of it's because they just will not let up on it. Part of it's because happy wife, happy life, right? You can't, you don't want to, you'll forget something, but she'll stay on it about that if it's important to her and that important. But it didn't stop me from ordering again more when I wanted more later. Eventually, though, she took over house finances, probably to curb that kind of spending. But now she manages all that. Anyway, you need to go for 15 minutes. So Erin missed all the stuff about me loving the UK candy and stuff. If she comes back, she'll learn. She'll know about it. I was 2 when you fell in love with macadamia nuts. So you were you're a little young thing. That's funny. Hopefully find a CK63 Hypercap one day. That's all. Yes. Yes. Those CK63 hypercardioid capsules are amazing. This is a Shep's product. And I tell you, they're very, very rare because people who buy them do not get rid of them. And it is a capsule. I don't think they sell them anymore. SCHOEPS. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're not showing up as something that's. Yeah, they stopped making them a while back. But I tell you, they are. If you can get a hold of one. Yes, indeed. I certainly feel it. And they're very, very rare, but they sound great and they're so useful, especially in cars and stuff, low profile areas. I don't see them at all. You are slow on the chat, dude. There's nothing really to respond to right now. Everything is slowed down. We have 11 people in here watching. Thank you for the 13 likes. Thanks again for the the super chats and stuff tonight, donations. I appreciate that very much. Highly appreciated. We've been streaming now for 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 10 seconds. Rafe is now going to bed. That is going to be my cue to end this stream because he's the only person really interacting with me now that Aaron has left. And so I will call it there as well. So thank you so much for coming out and listening to my rants and raves and crazy stories about muggings and microphones and everything else we've been talking about the past 4 hours. And unfortunately, YouTube takes a while to actually render out more than the last, it'll start with just playing 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds of this live stream. So if you happen to catch it and you're at the very end of this live stream and all that was there was 2 hours when you saw this, then if you give it like another day and come back, you can watch the beginning first 2 hours of the stream, because that's unfortunately the way that things always are. Is YouTube, for whatever reason, takes a while to render out anything more than 2 hours. Aaron, I was just talking about my love for Cadbury and Cadbury World and my favorite UK candy, and I told a story about that. So if you go back 6 minutes, you'll hear the story, and I'm about to end the stream. So yeah, back up in the DVR like 10 minutes and then play catch up for what you missed, and you'll appreciate it. But anyway, I'm going to log off. The stuff I call Cadbury, no, I'm talking about from Bourneville when I went to Cadbury World. That's what I call Cadbury. I'm not talking about Cadbury from South Africa, which has all the same, types of, if you go to some countries, then if you go to some countries, they put preservatives and stuff in the Cadbury because those are hotter countries like South Africa. Sometimes if you're not careful and you find Cadbury here in America, it will be from there. If you go to Publix grocery store and you get Cadbury, it will usually be from the UK. Well, not since Brexit, or not since you were part of the EU, but it used to be that you could get it without the preservatives and stuff like that. Now you can still get those in Publix though. But yeah, Cadbury chocolate flavored wax, if that's what you want to call it, I'm a big fan of it though. That's fine. I tell a story about Cadbury 10 minutes ago. Anyway, Kraft ruined it. Okay. You can tell me all about it if you want. I'll jump in Discord for a little bit if you want to talk to me, Aaron. But I'm going to go ahead and end this stream now. So thanks for coming out here tonight. I appreciate you hanging out with me. 7,500 subscribers, and I appreciate every single one of you. So thank you for coming out yet again. Thanks again for the $45 in super chats tonight. Thanks for the 14 likes. And thanks most of all for your time. Very much appreciate it. So everyone take care, and I will see you again shortly with another live stream and videos in the future.